Yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us in this quite exciting webinar that we're going to be doing today on African Artificial Intelligence. As we're specifically going to be focusing on prompt engineering. But before we start, I'm just going to hand over to Dr. Chetty to just welcome everybody. Thanks, Dr. Chetty.
Thank you so much, Richard, and a very good morning to all the students that are joining us on this very exciting morning on this Saturday. I want to also greet all our facilitators today. I see a lot of the adult team members as well, but more specifically, this is the day for our students, and I also see we have some of our Unisa staff with us as well. So a very warm welcome to each one of you. I know it's no sacrifice taking a Saturday out, but this is quite an exciting day for us. So it's my privilege to welcome each of you to this really innovative training offered by the University of South Africa. Unisa is really the pioneer in shaping digital futures of distance learning students across the African continent. And as long as we've been at the forefront of education, we've been pushing boundaries. And today we push one more of that boundary by embracing cutting edge digital tools like artificial intelligence for you to harness this potential as students. Now, this workshop today stands as part of our institution, Unisa's commitment to really leading Africa into a new era of education, where we integrate technology to bridge the distances, break down barriers, but more specifically to empower you as our students with future-ready skills for a labor market, as well as for the changing higher education environment. Now, as a premier institution in open and distance e-learning, we are dedicated to equipping our students with digital competencies that will define the next generation of scholars, leaders, and innovators in Africa and beyond. And this is why it's exciting for us today. In this course, today's workshop, you will explore the power of AI prompt engineering, a dynamic skill that's emerging that allows you to engage with AI meaningfully, enhance your learning, broaden your perspectives, and deepen your ability to approach academic challenges with creativity and confidence. Now you learn how to craft precise prompts, refine AI responses, and leverage AI for your studies. Now, this skill set is critical for any student in an higher education environment. And I'm hoping that we also have a broader perspective and not just Unisa's students today. But Unisa's vision is to see our students thrive in this digital space. And this is why it's so critical for us, because what we're doing today is pushing the boundaries in terms of digital innovation. Now, as a pioneering course, I want to acknowledge the lead developer for this course, Richard Wright, our facilitator and an educational technologist in the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub, for his innovation with this course, for crafting the content as well. And I also want to acknowledge the collaboration with members of the Unisa Digitech Corp, representing the EXCO, as well as members across the country for their partnership in developing this course. And let me just mention a few of these colleagues by name: Mr. Zolile, Mr. Prince, Mr. Piso, Mr. Abdul, Mr. Petros, Mr. Lucas, Mr. Donald, and last but not least, Ms. Bongi. I thank them for their critical review and their insights into this course development, but more specifically for their participation in the development of this course with Richard. Now, we are thrilled to have you here, all our students, and we can't wait to see how you use this AI to unlock new possibilities in your academic journey. And all from my side, I want to say on this Saturday morning, let's dive into the potential of AI together and explore this bright future that awaits each of us at Unisa. So with this, welcome, and I wish you all the best in this exciting journey ahead. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Dr. Chetty. So I'm just quickly going to turn on my camera so that you can also just at least see who's going to be hosting you today. So I'll be taking you through the content, and then I'm also going to be joined by David Harpestead that will do the activities with you. So David, I don't know if you also quickly want to greet.
All right. Yes. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Yeah, I'm ready on my side, Richard. So looking forward to a very fun, exciting journey with everyone. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so today we've got quite a big program to go through. We're gonna make sure that you, get access to the course, that you can introduce yourself, you know exactly how the platform works. Then we're just gonna dive in quickly. What is this generative AI? Where does it come from? And what is its potential for you in education? And then we can have a quick demo from Banele as well, from Microsoft. He will showcase what AI tools they are working on and what's coming out. And then we're going to focus on the responsible use of AI. So this is a very new technology, especially also in the academic space. What is the ways that you can use it responsible for in your studies? And then the main one that we're all here for is then how to master prompt engineering. How do you get correct information? How do you actually prompt the system to get the information that you want? And then we'll end off with a conclusion and next step, just to give you some tips on how to stay abreast of with the AI changing technologies so that you can change with this period with AI. Now, today's workshop, there is 2 ways to participate. A lot of you might be using one device. In that case, watch the webinar, and then when we go for activities, you can jump to go do the activities and you come back, or you can even just watch through this whole session and then afterwards go and complete the activities. But if you have 2 devices, you can have the course open on the one side, follow along on the course, complete the activities on the course as we work through the content. So it's up to you how you will best be suit you. So, but remember, the recording will be also available afterwards, and the course is now open, so you can actually access the course and work through it at your own time as well. And then I also just want to acknowledge our sign language interpreter today, Mrs. Sophie Mabaso. I hope, Sophie, I did put in some breaks, so because this is going to be quite a long session, but thank you for your willingness in supporting our students with disabilities during this time as well. So let's get started. So the first thing you need to do, and this is very important, is, before we get to that. So first, welcome to the future of learning. This is really changing the whole landscape, how we work even, in the academic space as well. But this course that we designed for you was really, how can I say, focused for anybody to get started. So you don't need any specific technical skills. It's we made it very clear and simple and with a lot of practical exercises. And it's really there to help build your confidence as well in using AI. And it's, as I mentioned, made specifically for you as Unisa students. This comes from a lot of inputs we got from focus groups as well, where we specifically find that a lot of students are still scared of AI and also scared of using it within their studies because they don't know what's the responsible way of using it. So that's why we will really delve into that, so afterwards that you can use it confidently. Now, firstly, as I mentioned, first get enrolled on the page. So I have pasted a link. I will post it again. Please make sure that you are enrolled in the course because this is where all the activities will take place. So if you've got a QR code, you can scan the QR code, but the link is also in the chat. But I will take you step by step through how to access the course as well. So the link that's in the chat will take you directly to the course. But if you are following, want to just access it by searching for it, the best is to search just for ADOVH, Unisa. It will be the top result that's available. Just make sure that I'm just quickly going to log out so I can go to the home page. So once you land on the home page, it will be this big banner here that you click on. So you just click here to join. It will give you the listing announcement that went off. Now at the bottom, there's one enroll in the course. So just to go back, click on the banner, and then you scroll down to enroll in the course. So this will give you the screen. If you're logged out, you just click on continue. You select, if you're a Unisa student, you click on yes, but remember this is open to everybody. So if you're not a Unisa student, you can just click on no and create a new account, and you sign in with that account. But you as a Unisa student, you click on yes, and then you sign in with your My Life email account. So it's the same way you sign in on my modules, the same way you're going to sign in for your exams. This is with your My Life email. And then once you get this page, you need to click on Enroll Me. So if it's your first time, it won't take you directly to the course. You need to click on this big blue Enroll Me button at the bottom. So once you get that, you will get this message, you are now enrolled. So let's have a look at the website. So we do have an introduction section. You can actually click on this big blue button to get started immediately. But here are basically the modules listed, getting started, Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, and the conclusion. Now, all of them are currently open, but we will lock some of them so that you need to complete an activity before the next one get unlocked. But for this workshop today, we thought it will just be a lot easier for you to participate in the activities by having them unlocked. Now, there's a few ways you can navigate this platform. And I just want to highlight this, especially if you're on a phone as well. So you can scroll down on the main page, click, for instance, a unit, and then open up the specific unit. Alternatively, you can also open up the menu. So on the phones, look for the second drop-down menu from the top. It also looks exactly the same as this one. You click on that, and it will open up all the modules and activities, and then you can quickly jump to the next one. But what you will find as well, if you click on the button, let's go, it will actually take you to the course overview. There's an introduction section, a little indication of what this can do actually for different languages as well. And we've got the syllabus laid out and everything. So you work through the content, you do the activities, and then you just click on continue again, and that will navigate you to the next section. So it's very easy to navigate. We made it also very responsive, so it will work on your phone or any device that you have access to. So we showed you how to enroll, so please do that. I'll paste the link in the chat again. And remember, if you're watching on YouTube, just search for ADOVH and you will find a course. Now, we really try to make this course as interactive as possible, so you not just learn the theory behind it, but that you actually get the skills of using it. And we want you to walk away here with a good understanding of what is generative AI, how to know how to use it responsibly, and then also, how to effectively prompt the AI so that you get the information that you want. Now, as you saw already, we've got basically 5 sections, and we start, I don't know why it starts with Unit 2, but it starts with getting started, and we've got the introduction section to generative AI in education. Then we've got a section on responsible AI use, and then lastly, prompt engineering. But please don't skip the conclusion and next steps, because that really gives you also some final assessments to make sure that you've got a good understanding, and also gives you tips of what to do next. Now, when you're going to be doing this course online or even today, remember you need to have an internet connection, especially also, when you're going to be doing the prompting, we recommend Microsoft Edge browser. We do want activities specifically on the Edge browser, but you can also use the browser that's available on your device for any of the other activities. Now, you do need access to the discussion forum. So the discussion forum is on the site. So we'll have a look at the discussion forums once we get to the activities. And then you also need a Microsoft and Google account. Now, remember, you can use your My Life account. That will be your Microsoft account. But preferably, you also need a Google account so you can sign in to the Google platforms to complete the activities. And it also just shows you the strengths and weaknesses between different AI models. So you can always, have a comparison when you're actually doing searching for information with AI. Now, I know a lot of people are also scared of what AI is going to bring in the industry and education and to the world. So I actually got a few quotes from, some of the big people in technology, and what do they currently think about it. So as you can see, they actually see that this is one of the biggest inventions of our time, since the invention of electricity that changed the whole world. And also, is asking the right questions from AI. That's where the prompting comes in that we will have a look at. And then also lastly, it will not replace us, but make us better. So that's something we really have to fight for, is that AI really supports our needs in the future. And I think also this last quote from Mark Cuban really highlights it as well. AI is going to change everything, but it's going to be a partnership between humans and AI, not a competition. So that's something to remember. And that's something that we must keep as we go ahead. Don't give over completely to AI, use it and work together with it. And I really like this one from Max as well. AI will not make us obsolete, but will make us superhuman. And you will see after the session how you can already improve your levels of understanding, the output that you do, how all of that can be improved tenfolds just by you starting to use the AI technologies. Something also that I heard in a conference this week is that basically in the next 20 years, we will have the same advancements as what humans did in the last 2,000 years. So it sounds like we are in for an interesting time going ahead. So let's get the basics so that we can tag along with all these changes. Now we're going to get to our first activity where we'll meet Lwazi. Now I just quickly want to show you on the platform before I hand over to David. Is just let me just get my browser up here. So remember, on these activities, there's these buttons that you drop down. So just click on to follow the steps by clicking on the drop down button. So just make sure when you navigate, every time it's got a little drop down arrow next to it, it's something that can be expanded. I'll hand over to David for the first activity. Thanks, David.
All right, thanks, Richard. So, yep, let me quickly share my screen. I know it does take a few seconds. There we go. So, guys, this is how the activities are going to roll out. So everything is sitting on the course site, guys, including the recording. I see a lot of people asking, where's the recording going to be? Check out the YouTube channel for Adov, and please like and subscribe to it so that you can always stay up to date with us. But yes, so you'll actually see it right over here. So this little green dot's quite important. That means I've completed everything I needed to do. So yeah, so just take note of that as well, because as you go through the course, that's quite important. So I'm just going to then drop into the icebreaker, basically where Richard was. All right, just going to minimize this. Okay, so here's the icebreaker, guys. Lwazi is I'm sure if you might have heard about Lwazi, it's a humanoid robot, but we've also got the personality of Lwazi as an AI chatbot. Okay, so you're actually talking to an AI system that's been developed already. So here we go. So this is what we want you to do. So the objective really is to have a chat with our AI chatbot, see what it does, introduce yourself, and then, of course, post it in the forum, but then also to go interact with the rest of the guys that are in that forum as well. At least 2 other people, go respond to them. You might be finding you might be living right next to your neighbor who's studying with you. Okay, so let's have a see how this works. Now, this is quite a nice little component. You'll see these little arrows, which means if I click on it, there's more information going to pop up. So just check on your cell phones as well. Yes, so just remember this little guy. Okay, so you'll see it click, click, and you'll see it hides and unhides things for you. So in the embedded chatbot, we are going to send my name, where I'm from, and of course, what do you want to learn from this course? So let's go give it a try. So all I'm going to do is, well, remember, I'm speaking to someone, so I can say hi. So where am I from? I'm today from Cape Town. Well, wishful thinking. Okay, and I spelled it wrong, so let me correct that quickly. What do I want to learn from this course? Okay, that's an easy one. And there we go. And I'm just going to zap the send button, and then you're going to see Lwazi then will respond. Now, hopefully you guys might be doing this with me, so it could take a few seconds. Let's give it some time. And there we go. Right, so now, of course, what happens is it scrolls all the way down, right? So you're going to just have to scroll all the little way back to the top. And there we go. Hello, David. So now it's having a conversation with me, and a lot of AI tools, guys. You'll see this often. It's almost like you're having a conversation. When you ask something, it comes back, and then it says, can I do 1, 2, 3 for you? So that's something important. So there we go. And it's such a vibrant city. So it even knows about Cape Town. OK, and then it goes and speaks about the wonderful step and amazing achievements you can do with digital tools. So you see, it's quite a nice conversation it's actually having. And yes, some steps identify the purpose. What do you want to achieve with AI? And so that even builds on, right? And it even tells me what tools to choose. So it's not just answering me. It's actually even telling me this, based on what you've said, these are the areas you can actually go and explore. So it's really like a Google search on serious, well, I don't want to say drugs, but some serious Red Bull or something that it actually can give you the answers. Okay, great. So that's step one. I have a chat. Awesome. Now I'm going to copy it. It's probably going to be easy if you just right click and copy. Yep. So with your smartphones, it's a little bit more tricky. Down. All right. And then it says share a response. So then I'm going to click here and it says in the forum below, please copy and paste, or you can also use a screenshot, guys. So whichever is easiest for you, go that route. But then don't forget that you must also respond to your peers as well. So let's go see how we do step number 2. So I'll scroll down. There's the beautiful button, post a reply. So all I have to do is I'm going to click on it. Just remember, guys, this is a reflection on the experience that you're interacting with Lwazi. How did it help you? So come think about what we're also saying here. Don't bypass anything and really understand what or how this is going to help you, what you've learned from today. Then, of course, the outcome of the activity. Did you really grasp it? Does it make sense to you? If you don't, please use the chat, send us a question, and we'll try and help you as we go through the course today. So click on post a reply. There we go. Now you'll see it opens beautifully. It's already available to me, and I can see a whole bunch of people have really responded and people responding to other people as well. So that's quite a nice quick way to see. No one responded to me earlier. That sucks. Come on, people respond to me too. All right, then I'm just going to right click and paste. Okay, it's probably the easiest option. Just take note, guys, this little options here, you can really make a nice answer if you really have the time. There's bold, italics, you can change the font headings and all sorts of things. And of course, if you click on this little guy, you'll see there are some more little advanced features that you can go play around with. But that's if you really got the time. It's not a problem if you're not going to do anything today. Then, of course, if I just go a little bit further down, so that's the first option. Copy and paste there. Awesome. If you're doing a picture rather, then you'll just have to upload it here as an attachment. I see the tool is trying to open itself. It just could mean there's a lot of students already doing this, guys, so it's just slowing it down a little bit, but you just got to be a little bit patient. And of course, the draft will save automatically. You would have seen it popping up. Hopefully you can see it on your side too. Oh gosh. So yes, okay. Obviously, a lot of you guys are using this tool already. So yes, great stuff. So it will be a normal upload that you would have done throughout the whole year, guys, where you upload a file attachment. Yep, so you can just do that. I do see it's just, I'm just going to bypass this one, but when you guys do it later on, you can then go do it there. It's fine. Then I'm just going to say post to forum. And then it says, well, you got 30 minutes if you want to make any changes. So it's not immediate. So if you go down again, down again, down again, and there we go. So it will be the latest one that's posted will be on top. And then you can actually see the answer there. Now, if I want to go and see other students' answers, I just scroll down. Hi, Jessica. Nice to see you here. So there we go. Hi, David. Excited about the session. Ah, cool. Thank you. So let me just reply. See, there's the reply button that belongs to this post. And I'm just going to say to my colleague, hi, Joe. Yes, typing is also a skill, guys. So you need to learn how to type fast. And there we go. So just like that, okay, of course, the page will throw me back to the top. So also with your smartphone, guys, it will do that. So you just have to scroll down. And you can see I even put a smiley face in there. So there we go. You're not getting a response. I'm not too sure what that is. Okay, don't worry. Give people some time, guys. They will get to you. And there we go. Kimberly, nice. I see there are colleagues coming your way. There's an event happening there soon enough. The staff. They've got Rene also from Cape Town, Richard. You've got a neighbor there. Mama Lodi, yes, Sundown supporter, I hope, Samuel. So there we go. So there you guys, it's very easy to see the other students respond. So please do respond to them. Just remember the rules, hey, be polite and all that. And yeah, enjoy the experience. So there we go. So that's really how we can interact with your first assessment. So please go and do it. We will have a break, as Richard indicated. So if you only got one device, not a problem. Just follow us for now. But when we have that break, then go and do it, because then you know there's time, there's no pressure, you're not going to miss anything. So use those breaks, guys, really strategically over there. So there we go, Richard. We've accomplished our first task of the icebreaker. Back to you.
Thanks, David. So I'm just quickly going to share my screen again and get back to the course. So students, I just want to highlight, some of you said you're struggling on your mobile device. Remember, there's also, if you go to the navigation, let me go quickly to the main page. If you go to the introduction, there's also an Ask Lwazi page specifically just for using Lwazi. I think at the moment everybody posting at the same time might have made Lwazi just a bit slow. So just give it a few seconds and then try again, and it will then work for you. I've also got a feeling
sorry, Richard.
Yes.
Sorry, Richard. Can you just slow down a bit? I think the pace that we're going is a bit too fast for some of our students. So if you just try to support you, David, just slow it down a bit, so it might be easier for our students to follow. Thanks.
No problem. So yes, go and ask the Lwazi. It might just, as I see now, it's a bit overloaded with everybody trying to do this. There's a few other activities that we're also going to be doing. So it's quite new services that's available, not necessarily from hosted by Unisa. So we'll see how these servers are also going to be holding up today with all of us generating at the same time. So yeah, I could just show you, it took a little bit while, but it did load. So just give it some time to catch up. Now, for our next activity that we really want you to do as well is the pre-course assessment. So I'll post a link in the chat as well. So please do this in the background while we do the introduction to generative AI, where you can perhaps just listen. But this is really important for us that you do the pre-course assessment, because here we can then see what is your understanding coming into the course, and then also afterwards, you know, what is your understanding? You're going to do exactly the same one at the end, and you'll actually see all the new things that you've learned by just completing this few units. So this is not just for us, but for you as well. So you can actually see the growth that you've done by completing these units and activities. So from tomorrow, this unit will actually be locked until you have completed the pre-course assessment. So just note that you do need to do the pre-course assessment before continuing. So that brings us to our first unit, Unit 1. What is generative AI, and how can you use this in education? What can the benefits be? So in this unit, we'll really explore, you know, what is generative AI, how it works, how to leverage it in education, so that afterwards you've got a good understanding that we can build on top. We'll also have a brief look at, you know, what's the history of generative AI. So by the end of this, you should be able to define generative AI and its key features, explain how generative AI works, identify popular generative AI tools. We'll introduce you to 2 of them that we will be using for the activities. Understand the benefits and limitations in education. Apply generative AI tools to enhance learning. So remember, in the next unit, we will be looking at how to use it responsibly. This one is just to introduce you to the world of generative AI. So if we have a look at the key concepts, so these might seem quite technical: machine learning, generative AI, neural networks, deep learning, transformers, generative adversarial networks, large language models. So these are technical terms. So you don't need to know this by heart, but we do want you to have some understanding that when you hear this, what does it speak to? So I'm actually going to show you on the course as well. If you go to the bottom, you'll see machine learning is basically an algorithm that they used on large data sets to predict information or get understanding out of information. Machine learning has been used now for quite a few years. And if you've used, for instance, things like Siri on your phone or any voice generation, all of that comes from machine learning, where they fed it a lot of data and through statistical algorithms, they found patterns that was useful. Now we're coming to generative AI. So generative AI is basically things that can create things. So it can create music, it can create text, text in the forms of coding, of writing essays, all of that type of thing. So this is something that creates. This is the ones that we are using currently. Now they all stem from neural networks. Now neural networks, you can think basically of the connections in your brain. The first ones were modeled on those connections. Now what they did was they took these neural networks concept and then they formed deep learning, where they link up a lot of these neural networks, fed it information, and it saw what the outcome is. And that really, with the breakthroughs that they made, especially in the last 15 years, is what led to what we've got at the moment. Now, you'll also hear quite a lot about transformer models. Now, this is just also a generative AI, and this is just what they added to deep learning to make it really come out with sensible content. So this transformer models was actually invented by Google a couple of years ago, and that actually transformed the whole industry, where we now end up with these ChatGPTs and bots. Now, what you will also hear a lot is generative adversarial networks. Now, these are usually used for images and videos and things like that, where they actually have 2, how can I say, generative AI models. The one critiques the other one, and that's where, to make it more, how can I say, acceptable. And that's where, by going back and forth between you, they actually get to a pattern where they can create these music and images and all of that. And then we got the large language models, the most popular currently. So that's the Copilots, the ChatGPTs. They work on text. So they were trained on large amounts of text. And then the output from that is what creates all of these things that we can do today. So I just want to let you know, these are the underlying technologies. So when you're going to, for instance, ask a ChatGPT to make you an image, it will actually use underlying a generative adversarial network. So they're actually using these now interchangeably. So you will just have one chat prompt that you work with, but it will use these models underlying it. So these are the terms that you might hear. But remember, these are just the technical terms. This is still a new technology, so everybody is still very focused on the technical terms used by it. So come to this section if you just want a understanding of what it is, and you'll also learn later in this course how you can ask Lwazi to explain these terms to you so that you can really grasp the understanding of it. So just a brief history of AI. So people have actually for thousands of years been dreaming about creating robots that will walk by itself and do things by itself, or machines that can think and do things. But the modern age really kicked off in the 1950s by pioneers like Alan Turing. And, first they had very rule-based systems that's when they started with the neural networks. And in 2000, really, when they've got a lot of data that they could use, the digital data, that's when machine learning started kicking off. And that gave us, for instance, as I mentioned, the Siri or the Google Assistant, all of those types of tools. And then from 2010, generative AI started making an emergence, and that really led to what we've got now. Now, there's also this article from Google when they beat the champion in Go. Now, Go is almost like chess. You must think of it as chess, but just 10 times more complicated, you can almost say, or more challenging. So in Asia, this is quite a big game, and they've got big championships for it. Now, go read this article just to get a good understanding what this was really one of the breakthroughs where it highlighted the power of what AI can do, and that really advanced to what we how can I say, work to. So basically, Google Deep Learning or DeepMind, the company, they trained a bot to play Go. Now, first they had it in the championships, so it was able to play like a person. But what they then did is they actually made the model that it can train itself. So it actually played thousands and thousands and thousands of games against itself, and it actually developed new strategies. So when it actually came to the championship, people wondering, what is this model doing? It's going completely against, the norms of how to play the games that has been developed for over 2,000 years, just to find out at the end when it actually won, that it actually uncovered a whole level of how to approach the game that people have never thought of. So that's where it can really highlight what AI can do. It can open up new pathways that we might not have thought of previously. Now, also want to highlight just on the site itself, if you look at the timeline, you can actually scroll through the timeline as we go through the years, some of the big achievements that was made. You'll notice it starts with the 1950s, and then we've got 66. Then we suddenly had a big, long dry spell, and then in 1997. And then we've got the Watson. This is where the machine learning really came in. And then we've got 2012, the deep learning revolution. In 2014, we've got the Google AlphaGo defeat of the champion. And then suddenly in 2017, so this is where they introduced the one that can think by itself. So it's a very interesting read. And in 2020 is the OpenAI releases GPT-3. But remember, this was the first release that they made, not yet to the public. It was very still closed for testing. And then we know in 2022, so only 2 years back, they launched the first ChatGPT 3.5. And from there, as you can imagine, where we are today already, how big the advancements are. So you can see this period is coming, so the period between big achievements are now getting smaller and smaller and smaller. What interesting was also an article I read about AI was, for instance, at the beginning of last year, they had about $100 billion of funding for the development of ChatGPTs. And at that same time, for self-driving cars, it was almost $1,000 billion already. So now you can imagine, now everybody is investing in this. What are we actually going to see the advancements in this space? So for interested, if you're interested in the background, you can have a look at this brief history. Now, just to really highlight, machine learning, the tools that we are actually used to it. I'm going to hand over to David just to take you through the next activity, exploring Microsoft Immersive Reader. This is something that's been available for quite some time, and this really highlights what machine learning can do. Thanks, David.
All right, thanks, Richard. Okay, so let's go again. I'm just going to share my screen. I'm going to make sure the sound is included. Yikes, let me close that. Okay, cool. So let's go back to the course site. So I'm seeing a lot of students are saying, all right, I've got some time. I'm going to go through the course. Just remember, guys, we've got those strategic breaks throughout the program today. So for now, if you've only got one device, just watch what we're doing. When we have that strategic break, then you can actually go try them out because you know you're not going to miss anything. There's no time. Okay, we're giving you 15 minutes, but there's no time pressure and there's no dual task that you're running. Okay, so let's have a look now at the next task. So we are working through Unit 1. Okay, so as you go through it, you're going to see the activities are built into the course itself. So pretty much like you've done throughout the year in your studies with Unisa, this is how it rolls out. If you're not a Unisa student and maybe you're just joining, because remember, this is an open platform, which means the courses stay open for anybody and everybody, and you can simply come and access them. So even if you're not a student next year, these courses are still available and you can still engage them, and all the new ones that we're coming up with. Okay, so how many of you guys have used Microsoft Edge? So maybe in the chat, just post a yes. I've used Microsoft Edge. You don't have to type all that in, just say yes. I just want to see how many students have actually used Microsoft Edge already, maybe this year or since it's been launched. Let's quickly have a look. Let's quickly check the chat. Yes, 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 yes. Lots of yeses so far, no nos. That's a good sign. Okay, so pretty much you've all used it. Okay, that's great news. That means I don't need to show you anything then. That means you know everything, right? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so Microsoft Edge, guys, yes, it's a web browser. That's probably what most people are using it for, but it's got a lot more than that. So in other words, just like all your other different technologies out there, there's so much more you can learn, but you have to go and play around with it to see what you can do. I mean, even if you read here, we're looking at Siri, Google Assistant, Grammarly. I'm sure you've used that as well. Google Translate's awesome, especially if you need to brush up on your German, for example. It's quite a nice one to actually work through. Some of us are busy preparing for future travels. So yes, so that type of thing, very nice. There is AI already running there. If you are using WhatsApp, have you noticed there is a AI tool that's already built in there? How many of you guys have used WhatsApp and the AI tool? What's the name of that AI tool that's in WhatsApp? Post it in the chat for me. Let's quickly have a see if we've got students who have already used that feature. Let's quickly have a look. Let's look, Richard. Okay, at least it's a couple of no's. Okay, hopefully today you're going to see. Okay, definitely. I'm going slow. I'm not rushing. Okay, Meta. There we go. Now we know who's using the AI tools already. You see, guys, that's the whole point that we're making here. A lot of these tools are already integrated, and mostly you wouldn't even know that this is an AI tool. Okay, so that's the way the world is working. In your banking apps, there's a lot of AI that's already running there. Okay, to generate the graphs and the charts and the data and whatever you're doing, the chat bot that you speak to on those banking chats before you get to a live agent. So yes, I see Meta AI, very, very good, guys. Well done. I see zillions of answers, and Naledi is laughing because she might have used it for the wrong purposes. I'll hopefully not. Now, okay, so there we go. So yes, we can see lots of people are saying yes. So that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that interaction, guys. It's very important. I know it's a weekend and a month-end weekend, so we're really grateful for you guys being here. Quick question, Richard. I did notice one of the students was saying I'm using a Mac, so I can't install Microsoft Edge. That's quite interesting. I would have thought Edge is supported on a Mac. Any suggestions there?
Yes,
before
you can download it on a Mac machine. You can also get the Edge browser for iOS as well. So remember, just go to the website for Microsoft Edge, and we'll give you the link to the store to download the browser.
There we go. So guys, there we go. Nice, simple solution. Thanks, Richard. Appreciate it. Okay, so this, you can go download it for the operating system that you are using. So that's great. So we've given you the link just in case, but I saw a lot of yeses there. So if you haven't installed it yet, you will need some data. I don't think it was too big. I think it was about 40 meg, if I remember correctly. So it's not too huge. But just check the size there and make sure you've got space. Remember, under device care, go check how much storage space you've got if you're using a smartphone. And of course, there is a course on how to sharpen up your smartphone usage as well on the add-off site. But anyway, let's continue. So Microsoft Dev, make sure you install it, because this is the reason why we need you guys to use Microsoft Edge. Tools that we're going to be referring to, right? Like the Immersive Reader. It's only available in Microsoft Edge. So that's kind of why we want to show you this specifically. Then what we're going to do is, so once we've opened Edge, installed it, you've opened it, awesome. It's just a web browser, or that's what you think. Then we're going to go check out Wikipedia article. Okay, so we can go find an article. For example, here is an example that we've given to you. So I'm just going to, okay, let me just type it in. I didn't want to copy it because I want to see you guys actually doing it. So there we go. So I type in. So when I go to Wikipedia site, right, it's going to look something like this with all different languages. I wonder what that one is. Quite interesting. Could be Chinese maybe. Hey, anybody there know what language that is? Interesting. It doesn't matter. Could be a nice way to learn the language. Okay, so there we go. So we type in something, in this case, University of South Africa. Go click on it. And then you'll see the text and all the information will open. Now, here's the interesting part. There is the Immersive Reader. You can usually hit F9 on your keyboard, but generally this little tool will only open up if the website is compatible with what it can do for you. Okay? You're not going to see it on every single website, but there is a big portion of the websites that it is available. All right, so just take note of that little guy. You can also go find him. He is sometimes a little bit hidden away under the Learning Toolkit. So that's also very interesting. I think I should just open this, because I think there's some AI tools in here that you definitely want to go and explore. So the Learning Toolkit is built in. Again, it's an Edge feature. There you've got your Microsoft 365 app. If you haven't used this app before, trust me, you're going to need to learn to use this app. It is so awesome. So many built-in things that you can actually go and work with. It's all covered in our mobile learning course that's also on the Add-on platform. So if you want to learn it, there's a nice resource. We've even got Math Solver, guys. Yes, you can type in equations. You can even take a picture of an equation, and the Math Solver will actually show you how to get to the answer. Step by step by step. It doesn't just give you the answer, it gives you the steps how to get to the answer. So these are the things you need to go and explore, guys. I'm just dropping them out there so you are aware of them. There's PDF Reader, okay, straightforward. It can read your PDFs. Immersive Reader, that's the one I'm going to show you. And then you've got a sort of a subset of the Immersive Reader, which is a simple little tool which does pop up pretty much everywhere, is called Read Aloud. And you'll actually get to see how that works. Again, you can go play around with these. Have you noticed now that I've come to this page, the Immersive Reader icon that was over there is no longer there? Goes back to the point, not every web page is going to have this feature available to it, but you must be in Microsoft Edge. All right, so let's go check this out now. So I'm going to go back to my Wikipedia. Now I'm going to go click on the app. You can use it if you've got a laptop, F9, or you can simply just go look for it over there. Click on it. All right, and then you're going to see the whole content now changes. In other words, the AI has just kicked in, and now it's saying to you, this is the content of the page that you're currently looking at. So it already summarizes it for you. Wow, just like that. It's already made it quite big, the text. Small, standard, large text, width currently. So it's basically telling me this is what I've selected for you, but you can go change it if you want. There it gives us the university. It used to be called the University of the Cape of Good Hope. All right, so you can go learn some of the history boffins out there. You guys can actually go learn all these things. There's Latin in the service of humanity. That's pretty awesome. There's our Chancellor, the former President, Thabo Mbeki. Guys, I've seen him play VR. That man is still very, very awesome and sharp. Yep, so hoping he stays well. And there we go. So there's your content, right? Fine. So let's go back now and see the options that it actually gives to us. The first one is called Read Aloud. So if I click on it, let's see what happens.
University of South Africa. Contents. Appearance. Text. Small.
Okay, so let me just pause it there. So there you would have heard it, right? It automatically starts to read whatever page you're on or whatever content you've got. Here's the fun thing. I can go to voice options of the person's voice that they currently get you. But then I've got the selection of all these different voices from all different countries in the world. I kid you not. There are so many. I mean, guys, you can really go and explore. There's all sorts of languages, okay? But it's mostly just the accent of the language. So let's go see Kenya, okay? One of our neighbors in the middle of the world. Okay, so let's select Kenya. All right, I'm going to click play.
Standard. Large. Width. Standard. Wide. Color better. Automatic. Light.
Okay, that's not to assume that everyone from Kenya will speak like that, guys. It's just sort of to make it, if you're from Kenya and you can select this option, then it would actually just make it feel a little bit more personalized to you. So that's really what they've done here with all these different languages. Okay, so it's pretty cool. Lots of different languages. You can go try out the ones that you prefer. If you, in other words, if you can hear it clearly, pronunciations nicely done. So, you know, it's totally up to you. I mean, there are so many different languages. So that's kind of fun, right? So let me close this one again. So that's basically the read aloud option. Then we can look at text preferences. Now, currently, you see it already told me we've got these options. So I was actually on large. I mean, that's large. And then you can actually go change it depending. So if you've got seriously good eyesight, you could probably do this one. But please, guys, protect your eyes, on a serious note. Don't put things too small. We'll struggle. So there you can actually change the text size. If you're studying late at night, maybe you need to make it bigger. That could be a possibility, okay? So yes, there we can change this, and it's very quick to do, and immediately it's done. Then you've got text spacing. You notice how it looks now? So look at this one, for example. If I have appearance of text, small, standard, large, and I select this option, now look how it looks. So in other words, now I'm just going to put a little bit more spacing in between to make it easier to read. That's what it does. So that's quite nice. Then we've got only 3 different types of fonts, okay? So they haven't got that whole list of different ones, but these are sort of the ones that they say would work probably easiest for you. Okay, Comic Sans does look a bit comic-y, but if you prefer it, there we go. So you can actually change the font just by clicking on it. Then it's got a nice feature here. Let me scroll down. I just want to show you some text here. Yeah. Column text. So currently we've just got one big column. Sorry, I can't move this little guy, but there we go. So we've got one big column over here of text. And then I can actually change it a little bit. Now you'll see it's got a little bit less spaces in between. And even more so. Okay, there's not much of a change there. It's kind of just, yeah, not too much, not too much. Okay, so you can play around there. Then, of course, you've got the page themes. All right, so currently we've got this one. You'll see the background color. And of course, then you can go change it to whichever one you prefer. No idea why anybody would want this background. That's just scary on another level. Very difficult. It'll mess your eyes up, man. Gosh. Okay, so it's totally up to you. You can actually go change your theme. So this is AI, guys. It's actually running in the background, and it's actually trying to understand what am I doing. I mean, then you can even go change it further. They've got a whole bunch of themes you can actually go and select. Although I think they say light blue and light green is actually the best colors for eyesight. But anyway. So there we go. All right, so cool. Okay, that looks scary. Okay, so those are your text preferences. So you can really go and change how you want this to look. Then we've got reading preferences, where you've got line focus. Now this is quite a nice feature, right? So let me switch it on. So currently I've got one line. So when someone's learning how to read, this is quite a nice thing that they can do. It helps you focus just on one line. So as I move down, just selects one line at a time. If I select this option, now it's got a few more lines. So it's basically 3 because there's the gap. And it goes like this. If I go to this option, then it's 5 lines. You could just remember that little blanks are lines. Okay? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there we go. So this is a nice way to line focus. Okay, especially it's a nice way to learn to read. So there we go. So then you can, okay, obviously with the picture, this whole thing is one line. Okay, so there we go. Of course, the space is then also going, because this is probably in a table in the background anyway. So yes, then it allows you to focus in. So that's quite a nice, useful technique. Then, of course, you can translate. Yeah, you can translate, guys. So if I wanted to see all this information, right, but I'm doing, let's say, an Afrikaans assignment, it is limited, this one, guys. Unfortunately, it's only really limited to mostly the Eastern, Northern, and Western countries. I don't think there's much African languages at all. It's something that they'll probably still develop. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to just see if anything was added since the last time I've looked. Okay, I don't see. The only one is Afrikaans, but of course we know Afrikaans is very, very similar to Dutch. That's probably why it was easy for them to actually translate that one. And then I can just say translate the entire page. And there we go. So there, if you had to learn Afrikaans, guys, or your child is learning it at school and they need a bit of help, then this is a nice way for them to actually go and learn. Take an article, put in Afrikaans, they can see how it's structured. And I know Richard told me this is pretty much accurate as you possibly could want. So, I mean, that looks really, really cool. So guys, can you see that how much AI is sitting just in this one little tool that I'm actually showing you today? So Immersive Reader, we do cover it in some of our courses on the Adolf platform. The STU-110 course does have it. If you want to learn how to use the math solver, go and check it out. It's really, really awesome stuff. So hopefully you guys have just seen that this web browser has got some really cool AI tools built into it that you can go play around, that you can customize to make it how you want the browser to behave. And it's really fun stuff. And it's quite quick and easy to do, as you guys have seen. So hopefully that was really fun. So just give me a thumbs up if you've learned something new about this browser. Yes, and then I'm going to hand back to Richard over there. So let's have a look. Did we get any thumbs up? Yes, there we go. So awesome stuff. So that is great stuff. Yes, so hopefully the other language, no, it's not racist. It's just a matter of them trying to get the languages. I see your question there. It does take time for this type of technologies, but I know Banele is around if he joins us. There's quite a few things that they've already done in African languages that he can maybe share with us. That would be really awesome, which is really cool. I think it was Zulu. And so, no, yes, it does take time, guys, and we'll get there. So just hope the development continues. So there we go. Over back to you, Richard.
Yeah, thank you, David. So, guys, so you really saw what could have been done already with machine learning, you know, translations, where you can actually have it read back to you. So those technologies have been out for, you know, quite some time, and all of them are now going to be boosted up with generative AI that can create a lot of more unique material and also interpret material on its own. So just again, just to highlight, what is generative AI? It's AI that can create new content. So it can be text, images, music, and we'll explore quite a few of them today. Now, this is also very importantly, it produces original content not seen before. So remember, generative AI is trained on vast amounts of data, and it basically predicts what they must write next. So that's why everything that comes out is very original. Now, obviously, there is some influence on what it was trained on, especially in designs and photos, where a lot of people now say, but it was trained on photos that I've taken. Don't mustn't I be compensated somehow for that? So that's a big debate that's currently going on in the world regarding generative AI. But the biggest view is, even though it used that data, what it's producing is still original. So it's basically, you've learned from, say, Picasso, you took his style, and now you're creating new things within his style. So is it still then your own work, or is it, and you adapted it as well along the way? Or was it just that you've learned from it and now you've basically mastered it? Now, as we mentioned, this actually learns from patterns from a vast amount of information. This is really big data sets. I really want to stress here as well that to train these models, it takes months. So you'll find, for instance, ChatGPT, for instance, the biggest one, the latest data it has was from last year. So everything after that, it doesn't actually know about. Its cutoff date was for last year because it takes about 6 months to train a model before it can be then released where you can actually use that model. So the information is always outdated. But the biggest thing about generative AI is it's the tool that can create original work. So basically, as we saw earlier, it uses those neural networks and deep learning, and then from there it's being fed into a model that trains it. Types that we saw already was the GANs, that's the image generators, and then transformers, that's more like your Copilots and ChatGPTs, and we will explore all of them through this session as well. Now, it analyzes the data to mimic patterns, and that's where it can then give this original work that it outputs. Now, something that's quite a bit scary about AI, if you go learn how they are actually trained and work, so they know they feed in all this information, it goes through this model, the neural network, and then at the end they get a result, a model that they can use. But when they have this model, they know what the input is and they know what the output is, but they don't know actually what happens, how can I say, the algorithms that's running inside of the model. So that's what all the scientists are currently working on, is actually to see exactly what inside of it makes it so good at producing this information. But in the end, it's only as reliable as the information that was inputted to the model to train on. Now, how can this perhaps help you in your studies? A few ways. You can actually use this to create personalized learning. So you can, create study plans. You can take the content and then transcribe it in a way that is more sensible to you for your understanding. You can create content with it, images, text, as you can generate paragraphs and even essays with it. But we'll have a look at Unit 3 on how to use it in a responsible way that's still your voice underneath that and not just something that was generated by AI. Now, what's very nice about it is it can give you real-time assistance, on basically anything. You want to understand something, you've got an assignment, how do you approach the question? It can give you that assistance what a tutor would give you. When you go for preparing for assessments, what are the best approaches to use? Now, we are going to delve quite a lot into this in the next unit, but just to some of the things that you already should be, taking account of is AI may produce inaccurate or biased content. And we'll have a look at what that exactly is and how to determine when the content may be a bit biased. It can also be incorrect, so you always need to cross-check it with reliable sources, such as with your library. You've got access to so many resources on the library, so go cross-check the information because it can make up information as well. And then most importantly is to use your critical thinking skills when you actually evaluate this information. And we'll look at a few tips on how to do that as well. So it can have a lot of benefits, but you also need to still stay on top of it because it can give you misinformation, and also really take you in the wrong direction of what you want to learn. Now, as we saw, there's quite a few types of generative AIs. We looked at the LLMs and the GANs, as they say, that generates text, and then the GANs that does images. So the most famous ones you probably heard of already is ChatGPT. That was the first one that we released, but there are quite a few other models as well, such as the Meta that you were talking about. We'll look at Copilot that's actually built on top of ChatGPT, and then also Google Gemini, that's also a very unique model. And then you've got even music generators, such as the Suno AI that was specifically made to generate songs. And that's what we will actually be doing in the next activity, to really see how creative you can be with these types of generative AI tools to really create something that's unique and original. So just remember, when you go look at AI models, it's important to know what type of information were they trained on. Is it just general information, or was it specifically, for instance, medical information? Each model has its strengths and weaknesses. So that's why it's good to have access to multiple models so that you can actually compare the outputs that you get from each one. So just as before, when you selected your software, you want to do a report, you select Word. If you want to present, you use PowerPoint. It's the same, you select the correct tool. So go select the correct model for what you want to do. Go read about what's its strengths and weaknesses so that the one that you're using is the one that can best support you. So by really understanding it, you will then know exactly more how to prompt it and to use it more effectively. And this is especially when we get to the fourth unit, where we get to prompt engineering. We'll look at how you actually prompt these systems so you do get the information that you need. So for this, I'm going to head back over to David. This is one I'm also quite excited about, to see what you come up with by creating a song. Now, this is done on the Suno AI website. So remember, they're also still quite a relatively new website. So we hope we're not going to crash them with all our queries today. But remember, you can go and do this activity afterwards as well. So thank you, David.
All right, thank you, Richard. So yep, let's continue, guys. I'm just going to share my screen again and include the sound. Okay, so Suno, guys, very interesting app or AI that's actually running over there. And really, it's so interesting how it's generative AI, just exactly what Richard was explaining. So it allows you to put something in, and then it generates and creates it for you. Guys, this is such an interesting tool. Normally, with people have streaming and you have someone having this awesome event and then they stream someone's copyrighted music, what happens? YouTube nails you and says, you can't use that video, or you need to remove it, or whatever the case may be. Now you've got a different option over here that you can actually go create your own music that you own, that you don't have those type of copyright issues. So this is actually really cool stuff. So just have a look. We're still on unit number 1. We've worked through the first activity. Now we're going to tackle the next activities, creating a song. So if you click on the page, it will open like this. Just take note, Suno does take a few seconds to open. All right, even if you've got a really fast internet, yeah, so just be a little bit patient with it. So we go to the website, right? You simply just click on this link. Your page will open something like this, okay? Mostly this might change, but I see it's pretty much consistent. But then I'm going to show you how to actually create a song. So we're going to make a song. Well, this is make a song about anything, okay? So really what we want to do is you're going to have to look at a theme, all right? Basically something that can convert, or your joy, adventure, or personal experience. Okay, something personal. Genre, in something like genre at least. Prefer pop music, jazz, or hip hop. So you can really go say what you would want. And then there's an input field where you actually type in. So this is where you need to be a little specific. Put some detail in. And just have a look here. For example, a joyful song about exploring the landscapes of South Africa in the genre of Kwaito. in the language of Tsonga. So there we go. Our student who says they didn't have anything on Tsonga, well, here's an option. We can actually go try this out. So you know what I'm going to do is, Richard, I'm actually going to copy this because you put it in such a nice way. And let's actually see how the song comes out. Then it's going to generate the song for us, right? And then, of course, you do need to have an account, guys. That's why we said to you, please just make sure you've got a Gmail account. You don't have to, you're not going to buy anything. You're not going to have to pay anything. It's just really for access and for the fact that you're using the service. Yes, Richard?
I just want to highlight here with this create an account, preferably use your Google account. You will not be able to use your My Life account if you select the Windows option. It should be a personal Windows account. But if you got a personal Windows account, you can select the Windows option, but else rather choose the Google option because that will be your personal Gmail that you can use then to easily and quickly create an account.
Yes, there we go. Thanks, Richard. So that's very important, guys. So, yep, as we're saying, that's why we wanted you guys to have some Gmail or Google account for this type of software over there. Then what we do is once you've created the song, you're going to listen to it, right? And then again, we've got a reflection and takeaway, and you can actually go then think about the song, the theme. How did it come across? What did you expect? Did it meet your expectations? Was it below or was it way above your expectations? Then you must also put in something to consider the experience itself, right? Was it surprising that you can actually do this so easily? I mean, this is a game changer, guys. You guys can all become DJs like quite literally overnight using this type of technology. What else is the potential of AI in creative fields? I mean, images, music, there's so much that's happening now. And these tools are actually enhancing our abilities to create and be creative. So that's how we want to use technology like AI. Of course, then you've got studies and presentations that you can easily create, projects and assignments. Obviously, you're not going to cheat on those. But yeah, there is so much more that you can actually enhance your work, improve your work. Let it read your text that you've written and let it tell you that this can be done better. You know, your tense is wrong or use a different word or phrase. So there's lots of opportunity in learning to improve yourself with AI, and that's really cool. So just like we did before, then you'll post a reply and then you'll go put it in. I've actually seen there's quite a few students who have already posted some interesting things. All right, so let's go back then to where we were. So we open the website, Suno. Okay, it's already open. Then we're going to go create a song. So let's see how we do that. So there we go. So once you're on the Suno page, it'll look something like this. But then we are going to go and say, click on create. Okay, I do see that gives me 50 credits. So basically, you can't sit there all day long creating stuff because they do build in some sort of limitations so people don't go overboard and pretty much swamp the website. Okay, so this credit feature is something that you will see a lot with images, with Google, the Geminis, you name it. They give you sort of a credit so that you don't overwork their site. All right, so then we type in the song. So I typed very fast, hey? So joyful song, there we go. I'm just using it directly from the example. And then you can even say, do you want it to be instrumental or not? Okay, so that's quite interesting. All right, and then I'm just going to say create. All right, so what will happen is you'll see it actually starts generating over here. Okay, so there you can see it's actually generated. So I've created a few songs already. All right, so then I can also go click on this custom option. Okay, so there you can put in the lyrics. So this one is actually where I should have started, to be honest with you. If I put it in here rather, I'm just going to say the same thing. Style of music, blues rock. Oh boy, so there they've got all these different options. Smooth soul. Okay, I'll go for that. And you can even go put in a title. So yeah, there are options like this that you can go play around with, guys. Yep, so there we do see it. So, okay, I've already created something. I see it has generated. So let me go then and play the song. Okay, so there, hopefully you guys have all heard that. Those guys that can speak Tonga, did that sound really awesome to you? Could you hear the words? Does it make sense to you? Please do post it in the team's chat and let us know, like, worked. So you guys are going to go crazy. Right, and then it'll notice board will tell you it's been copied, and then you go back to us. I see it is trying to go through. So yes, so that's how easy it is. Although I think I'm going to delete mine because, I mean, that was the activity that you guys needed to do. So you paste it in, and of course, then you can just go say post to forum, just like we did before. So guys, that is so interesting, so quick to do. Play around with the tool. As I said, you can go change it, you can customize it. It's really fun. But again, guys, just remember, we've given you the link, we've given you all the elements that you can go play around with. And then, of course, please do share it as well. But then remember, don't forget the reflection and takeaway section as well. So let's go have a look quickly and see. Okay, so can you do this with existing song to avoid copyright issues? No. If it's an existing song, then the first question I would say is who created that song? Okay, so that's really, when it comes to copyright, who owns the copyright for the song? So yep, so there you've got to be careful because it really exists. It means somebody created it, right? So what is the current standing of the copyright? So that one, you'll have to go and check it as well. Oh, lovely. There we go. Fantastic. I see we've got some songs. Okay, Stefani, let me play yours. I just want to see, interestingly. Oh, awesome. I mean, look at that. This must be a gaming one, right? That's pretty cool. Awesome stuff. Love's dead, heart's barren, whiskey burns, fury seas. So there you can even see the words there, guys. So, I mean, it's quite catchy, actually. That is really, really impressive. Thanks for sharing that one. Let me just jump back. So there we go, guys. You can also go see what the other students actually have created. So that's really, really awesome. I see Brendan here says, okay, so I did capture everything you were expecting. It surpassed my vision. That's awesome. And creating music. Okay, there we go. Exactly. Intros, outros, background music. It's really, really cool stuff. So I think there's so much opportunity here, guys. And just to think that people out there that don't know how to do this, there's business opportunities, guys. You can actually do this for earning money, like on Fiverr. That website. So yep, so there we go. So this is really fun stuff. So please do engage it. I know that 15-minute break is coming up fairly soon. And then yes, definitely go play around with this and let's see how creative you guys are. And those guys that said the Tonga, I did ask you, was it pretty accurate or not? Let's see. Did we get any answers there, Richard? This thing's popping up now. Did it sound correct, guys? Well, let us know.
David, I'm quickly going to share one from the user that posted in the chat as well. So let's hear a Bluesa song that she created.
And the midnight haze, I find the light. Chasing echoes in the quiet night.
Oh, that sounds very, very good. Let's hear Nelson. So remember, if you want to have it in different languages, very easy. Just say what language you want, what genre you want it in, your favorite genre, and it's ready to
a warmth I can't deny. through the storms and heavy rain. In every tear we cry,
Oh, very nice.
there's a shelter from.
Guys, yeah, so really please go and create your songs, post it in the chat so that others can hear as well. And also remember to post it on the forum just to complete the activity and just also reflect on what impacts this can have. Can you even imagine, taking your learning unit, pasting it in here, say, create me a song surrounding this topics, and it will actually help you, something that you can listen in the background to while you're actually learning your course material. Okay, guys, so that brings us now, we're almost going to have our break soon. We just got one more so that we can really set you up for the next activities as well. So I just want to highlight the ones that we're going to be using within this course. Remember, there is a lot of them out there, but we wanted to make it as easy as possible for you to access them as well. So we're going to be focusing on Google Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, and then Lwazi. So these are the free that you can use within this course, and I'll show you now how to access all of them. So if you go back to the course, so if you go to now the Activity Explore Google, Gemini, and Microsoft Copilot, we've got a section here on the ones that we will be using. So it's very easy. The Google one, you just open it up, click on the link that's available to you. Let me just open up that one. So here we've got Google Gemini. So remember, when you sign in, this should be your Google account that you sign in with. So this is the one that you can use. You can also use Microsoft Copilot. So you can just click on the link that's available on here. I'll post it in the chat now as well. So this is the Copilot window that you can also use. And then, of course, we've got Lwazi. And Lwazi is, you can click on the link. It will take you to the Lwazi chat. I can see it's a lot more responsive now as we're not drowning it in questions at the moment. So you can even ask the Lwazi that's on this platform as well to do this. So you've got 3 options to do all of these activities that we're going to be doing with prompting. But preferably, you would want to perhaps use more than one, so you can compare the outputs that you get from them. So just remember, on the Activity Explore Google Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, I'll paste a link for you to easily access it as well. Now, before we go to this activity, I just want to highlight something regarding licensing and the differences that you get. Now, if you're going to be, for instance, obviously, if you go, for instance, ChatGPT, let me actually show you here. If we go to ChatGPT, it does allow you to actually use it. So, for instance, let me open up one here. You'll see I've got ChatGPT 4.0 model. Now, remember, there's a lot of models, and you will have to be a subscriber before you can actually get access to the latest models. And that costs quite a lot of money to subscribe to these platforms. So you can actually use it for free. You can generate quite a lot of content with it. But for instance, say you do images, things like that, you're usually limited to how many you can create a day or how many prompts you can do a day. So just know for some of them, you do need licensing to access all the features. That's why we're using Copilot. Because Copilot is actually built on ChatGPT, the latest models, so you actually get very good results, and you're not as limited, with the free tier of ChatGPT. Now, you'll notice here with this Copilot that I've got open here, if I click on my name at the top, it will actually show I'm signed in with a MyLife Unisa address. Now, if I log in to Copilot on a personal one, so let me just quickly open up Copilot again. You'll notice now it looks different. So to ask you a few questions, I just say there, Richard, continue. And then, you can actually start answering questions here. You can even add audio, so you can speak to it. So you can see, by just visiting the same link, now if you're on a personal account, it will look different than when you signed in with your MyLife account. So obviously, when you signed in with your MyLife account, You will get a little bit more options, say, a little more, you can upload bigger documents, things like that. But just note there is a difference. It's a more secure way. So, for instance, they have not inserted the voice features yet. So just make sure of what accounts you are using. So look at the licensing, look at what the accounts are, just spot the differences between that. And then obviously if you logged in, so say I'm using this Copilot that I just opened. You'll see I've actually not logged in. So I can start chatting away, but if I come back, all my chats might be gone. It doesn't create a history for all my chats that I can easily go back to previous ones and all of that. So there is a difference. It doesn't know the context of who it's speaking to if you're signed out. So it does have its advantages to be signed in to when you use these tools, that it actually remembers your chat histories and all of that. And also, you're always going to get unique outputs. As we say, every time you prompt it, you get unique responses, things that it create. So if you find where you actually find that the output that you get is very good, it's a good idea to actually save that output, but also the prompt that you use. And then you can, when we get to a unit, on prompt engineering, you'll actually see how to analyze your prompt to see what is it that was so good in it that actually gave you that quality output. So if we go back to the course, I'm going to post a link to this activity now again. So just make sure I'm on the correct one. I'll paste the link in the chat. So it's exploring AI models. So please come here, click on Google Gemini, open up the first result here at the top, gemini.google.com, and then also open up Copilot, because that's what you will need for these activities. But remember, Lwazi is also there to help you out. So this one is a very easy, is just to get some experience with it. So the objective is to, just to understand what the capabilities are of generative AI tools. Go have a look at their features, what settings you can change, what are the options that's available. One of the things that I always say is, go have a look at the settings, make sure it's set to your location and also your preferred language. That will really impact how the outputs are generated for you. So here we've got also the steps, go visit Google Gemini, sign in with your Google account. You can ask Gemini to write you a story. So we'll do that also now. And then you prompt it to create an image that represents that story. So we'll go through a demo of how to do that. And then you do exactly the same with your Copilot, where you can actually sign in with your MyLife email address. So just remember that it will look different from the personal one. So at the end, you basically copy and paste the story created by your Google Gemini in the forum below and reflect on your experiences. So this is also quite a reflection just to, so you can really start thinking about what are the opportunities, what are the limitations. So let's get started with this activity. I'm just going to open up a browser where I can access the Google Gemini. So I'm going to use Google Gemini for this example. There we go. So I'll just go to Google Gemini. So you'll see at the top, I'm actually signed in with a Google account. So I can actually use this. Just select the correct one here. So now I can start chatting with, sorry, let me just go accept all of these terms and conditions. Now remember, it's very important to read those terms and conditions, but we will have a look at it as well, why it's so important when we get to responsible use. So let's think of a story that we want to create. So I'm going to write just a quick story. So you give it a prompt. So remember, when we talk about prompts, it's what you type in to the box here at the bottom. So I'm going to just ask it to write me a short story. Story of a student's journey in the University of South Africa. So yes, I'm just asking to create me a short, and I can perhaps even add to my prompt. Remember to say what type of story you want, and then we can just select send, submit. And there it gives me quite a lovely story about the student journey within the University of South Africa. Now I can even ask it to say, please rewrite the story in, say, Zulu. Yeah, counter error. I don't know why this one is now giving us an error. Usually it does it very, very well. I'll try it now again in Copilot as well. So that's where we sometimes reach the limitations in some of them. And that's why it's good to jump from one to another. I'll just ask this, please rewrite through. Let's see if this one will be a bit better. Do you see? So Copilot actually did it for us. Gemini didn't for us. So now you can already think if there's something in your textbooks or in your learning material, maybe you prefer or grasp it a little bit better in your own personal language, then it's quick to actually translate it or even create content in different languages as well. So this really opens it up for what we can do with this. Now I must say this is about the correct, it's about 80% correct or 90% correct. So you'll still make some adjustments along the way. But if we really, if all the Unisa students start using this with our languages, just imagine how we can let the tech people know this is importance, and it will then improve over time. So now I've got my story. Now I want to generate the image for that. So I'll just ask it then to create the image for me. Please create a image that represents the story. And we can even say in comic style. There you see, it's actually now creating, we've got our story. Now we're creating a little image that can represent that story as well. So the image generations do sometimes take a bit of time, but it will generate. Here we go. There we've actually got quite a nice image that we can use that represents this story. So you can see how quickly it is to write, if you're writing a book even, you can write stories, tweak it along the way, ask it to generate images to represent that. And I must say this one actually came out quite good. We can actually see through the comic style how she's thinking about Unisa, going to study, doing it, and then graduating at the end. So I see a lot of you are posting your stories in here as well. So yes, very on vendor, land steeped in tradition and ruled. Very good. So please go do this activity. And then obviously when you're done with this activity, go back and reflect upon this activity as well. Now, before we head over, we are going to have a short break after this before we go into the next section. So I just want you to remember from this one is have an understanding of what generative AI is and what the powerful tool that it can be to support you. In the next section, we're going to start now exploring how you can actually start using this responsibly. I don't know if you know that, when you submit something, it's still your own work. But before we go to that section, I'm going to hand over to Benele. I just want to check, Benele, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
So I'm going to hand over to Benele. So Benele is actually from Microsoft. And we asked him to also come and share from a technology perspective within the industry, what is upcoming, how it can support you. Thanks, Vanelli. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Richard. Let me just switch on my camera so I can say good morning to everyone. It's still morning. Yep, hopefully everyone can see me. Good morning to everyone on the call. My name is Banele and work for Microsoft, and I am a modern work specialist. So what I'm going to be showcasing today is a little bit about Copilot, some of the key considerations also when using it. And you'll see that to a certain extent, there may be a slight overlap with what's going to be covered a bit later on. But yeah, so let's begin because there isn't much time. So I'm going to start off by sharing my screen. Just give me a second. And what I want to take you through today is essentially Copilot as your everyday companion. And I'll also talk about, the main considerations for the different types of Copilots that are available. So just give me a second. Let me just quickly do that. And share screen. Okay. All right. So let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Okay. So, I mean, the word Copilot in itself basically highlights the notion that there is actually a pilot that's steering this entire plane or this entire ship. So essentially you are the one that's in control, and you can make use of AI as a companion. So hence the word co-pilot. So it should not do everything for you, but you'll still be master conductor, and you're still the one that's pulling the strings, and you're essentially using Copilot to assist you in your everyday tasks. So it is your everyday AI companion. So what I want to cover is just 4 elements, and it's basically the user interface, which you've already seen, but then the idea here is that with Copilot or generative AI, it exists in many forms and many user interfaces, but I'll show you the one for Copilot. And number 2, we're going to touch on the different touch points. And what I mean by touch points is that you can use AI almost everywhere on your Windows machine. And I'll show you a couple of places that you can make use of it. And then this was already covered a bit earlier on, with AI working in the background versus you invoking it. So it does have that passive and active thing to it as well. And then also it is multimodal. So we've covered music, we've covered pictures, and I'll show you also a small demo, although I won't run it, but there's also one for video as well. So we can create text, we can create images, we can create music, and we can also create videos as well. So let's start with the AI as a Copilot as the UI. So when we talk about UI, we basically mean the user interface. And we tend to interact with user interfaces on a daily basis. So if you've got a smartphone and all of the icons on the screen, the settings, that's your user interface. What you're seeing on Windows is your user interface. When you fire up your Xbox or your PlayStation or your smart TV, it has a user interface that you interact with, okay? So when we talk about Copilot, this is your everyday companion, and this is the user interface right here. So essentially, we have right here at the bottom, this is your prompting window, your input field, and you'll see that this input field, it's bigger than normal. And the reason for that is because it basically allows you the ability to use natural language. So you can prompt it or ask it questions the same way you would ask a human being. So you don't have to be remembering, special codes or any other ways to interact with it. You can use natural language, and it should be able to respond. And then right here at the top, you'll find a couple of examples and so on. And then Richard and David, I just also want to highlight the difference, which I'll show in a demo, because this is something I saw this morning, but you will correct me. But I saw that when I log on using my Unisa account, I can log on to Copilot, and you will see right here on the top right corner, there is that shield icon. And I'll talk about this a little bit later when I do the demo, but essentially this is enterprise data protection, right? Meaning that whatever information you input here, the model itself won't use that information to train itself, okay? So the data is actually protected, but I'll cover this a bit later on. So this is your user interface, and there's multiple of them, but if you are familiar with this, then you should be able to make use of Copilot almost everywhere, including your smartphone as well. Okay, so with the touch points, I'll demo all of this at the end. I just want to go through the slides quickly. We're talking about Microsoft Windows, right, where you do have Copilot built in. Now, you have to be making use of Windows 11 in order for you to have this. If you're still on Windows 10, then see if you are able to upgrade to Windows 11, because this is where Copilot, or Windows Copilot rather, is going to be available. The other touch point where you can make use of Copilot is in Microsoft Edge. And this is powerful because if you're browsing the internet, you're doing research, there are some things you might want to cross-reference by using Copilot, or you want to highlight a piece of text on the internet, right-click and ask Copilot, which I'll show you all of that. And then the other one is obviously your mobile device. So you can go to the Play Store or the App Store on iOS, and you can download the application, sign in, and you should be able to make use of it. And then the last one was with regards to being multimodal. So if you interact with it using voice, it will respond using voice. If you want to text, you can text, it will respond using text. And this is important because sometimes, let's say you are in a lecture room or a meeting, and you want to have Copilot respond in text because you don't want it to, distract the audience or anything else, then just by typing it in, at least you know that the response will be text and there won't be any distractions. Okay, so let's then dive into the demo, and let me showcase the interface. Now, I'm going to fire up. Yes.
Just a quick question from the chat. How do they know if they're on Windows 10 or 11, and how can they upgrade if it's possible?
Yep, no, good question. So currently I'm making use of Windows 11, and I'm going to talk about it from a default standpoint, right? If you can see my taskbar right here at the bottom. In fact, for your benefit, I'm just going to increase it so that you guys are able to see it much more better. Okay, I'm just going to increase the scaling to 100%, and the icon should be bigger. There we go. Okay, so hopefully you can see the difference. Now, when you fire up or when you have Windows 11, you will see that the icons tend to center themselves at the taskbar, right? And with Windows 10, the start button is usually on the far left-hand side. So this is the one way you can tell, but a scientific way of being able to tell is that when you come to the start menu, you will see that the start menu looks way different from Windows 10. So this is Windows 11, but then what you would want to do is to click on the start menu, all right? Try and find settings. If you cannot see settings, you can always type it in here, where you just type in settings, and you should be able to see it right there. Inside settings, you will see that when you scroll down, you've got, sorry, on the left-hand side, when you scroll down, you should see a section that says, sorry, I'm looking for system, and then I'm looking for about. There we go. Okay, so you'd first start on system, okay, and then inside system, when you scroll further down, you'll see about, and here you should be able to see that you are running Windows 11 right there. Okay, so I'll quickly do this as a quick recap. You'll come to Start, find Settings. Inside Settings, locate Systems on the left-hand side, right? And then in Systems, scroll all the way down to About. And then inside About, you should see under Windows Specifications, it will say Windows 11. Okay, so this is how you can tell that you are on Windows 11. And the other thing that's great about Windows 11 in terms of accessibility is with regards to the ability to add captions on the screen, which I'll just quickly showcase them here. And yep, you should be able to see this at work. Okay, I think I need to rechange my screen size. Okay, so we'll leave this for next time. So without wasting time, I'm going to open up the browser. And what I've done here is that I'm inside my Unisa account, as you can see right there. And inside my Unisa, when I go to Microsoft 365, when I log into M365, I saw this morning, Richard, that Copilot is on the left-hand side. So what this means is that when I'm logged in, I can then come to M365 on the left-hand side, and I'll be able to see Copilot. And this is the user interface. So as explained before, you've got your canned prompts that you can use here, okay? And then right here at the bottom, this is where you have your input field. And as you can see, it's bigger than normal. So you can type, I believe, up to 2,000 characters, and you can start engaging with it. Now, as mentioned earlier, you will see that there is this icon right here at the top, right? And as you can see the text, it says Enterprise Data Protection. So this applies to this chat. And in terms of the organizational data, it is protected and all of that. But if you were to go to the normal Copilot, you wouldn't be able to see that right there. Okay, so please experiment and see just with your Unisa when you've signed into M365, do you see Copilot on the left-hand side? Okay, so this is the one interface that you can make use of. Now, the other one is it's still inside Microsoft Edge. You will see that on the far top right corner, there is also the Copilot icon. And this is great because when working on the net, you will be able to make use of Copilot to query whatever it is you see inside your web page. So for example, I'm going to go to a website called, let's see, I'll type in this one here. I'll go to Daily Mail, for example. Okay, let's just try and make this a tad smaller. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to open up this website and we're going to find information. And let's just try and find an article. And within this article, we can start using Copilot to prompt what is on the screen and so on. So you're out on the internet and you happen to, find a web page that you want to explore. But because you're doing research and maybe time is limited, you can make use of this Copilot. It's basically the same thing. It's just the different touch points that Copilot exists in. Okay, so I'll go ahead and click on this icon right here. And as you can see, it pulls up a pane where I've got something similar where at the bottom I've got my prompting window and I've got a couple of suggestions in terms of, generating a page summary or, suggesting questions about this page and so on. But what I want to draw your attention to is these two tabs right here. So I've got one for chat and I've got the other one for compose. Now chat allows you to just go ahead and type something in and it will generate a response, okay? But with compose, it allows you to be much more granular and much more focused with regards to the type of response that you're looking for. So right here at the top, you can then say, what is it that you want to write about? Okay, you can put it right here. And then you can also specify the tone that you would like to use. Would you like the tone to be professional? Would you like it to be much more relaxed and casual, or something that's enthusiastic, informational, funny? And you can also add more. You can choose that tone, okay? Now, I think maybe I can say, create a joke about AI, okay? I want this to be funny. And in terms of the format, would I like it to be a paragraph? Maybe it should be an email that starts with "Dear so-and-so," could be an idea, or perhaps it could be a blog post, but I'll keep it as a paragraph. And then in terms of the length, should it be medium? Should it be short? Should it be long? I'll go ahead and choose short and I'll click generate, okay? So it's gonna go ahead and generate a paragraph, and it should be funny, it should be short, and it's about an AI joke, okay? So the joke here is that why did the AI go to school? Because it thought it could improve its algorithms by learning some human error, but don't worry, it still graduated summa cum laude in data analysis with a minor in unexpected shot. Okay, all right. So yeah, this is the compose window, right? And I'm bringing this to your attention because here you can be much more granular and you can compose whatever it is that you're looking for, okay? So hopefully you find value using that. So let's go back to the chat. Now with the chat, what we can then do is we can start generating a page summary, as you can see right there, okay? And it will give you a page summary based on the article that you have opened right here, okay? So for example, if I go to a Unisa the Unisa website, and and say, for example, we try and find one of the blog posts, you can use this AI, this one here, to query based on that. So maybe it's under admissions and you need more information about that. You can then use this to ask questions about this, okay? Now, let me draw your attention to the input field right here at the bottom. You'll see that there was a drop-down menu. This basically allows you to be much more targeted. So for example, in terms of the response, would you like this to be an auto detect, where based on the question, it should somewhat try and figure it out, what you're looking for? Or you could say, look, what I'm gonna ask you should be on this page, right? Or it should be the entire Unisa website. Okay, so let me just go through this again. Using this option here under relevant sources, you're basically saying, should the AI be able to auto detect the question, what it is you're looking for, and it should be done automatically, or you want to be more specific and targeted to say, look, only give me information on this page. Please don't look anywhere else, only this page, okay? Or should I browse and scour the entire Unisa website? So for example, let's choose this page, okay? So I'm only going to use this page, and my question is, in terms of the transmission conference, when is the date? So maybe let's just say this information is buried somewhere on the page, but I can ask Copilot, when is the transformation conference 2024 taking place? Okay, so it will then look at this page right here, and after looking at this page, it will then generate information based on that. So as you can see here, it says that the transformation conference will take place, and it also gives me the information where that info was taken from. And I can see right here, it says that this is taken from the Washington State Lean government and so on. And this is not what I'm looking for. So I can then tell Copilot to say, this isn't what I am looking for. Please reference the Unisa website. Okay. and it will tell you that, okay, let me look into that again, and sure, let's have some key points and so on. And yep, we can then question it based on what's happening right here. So based on this, we can see here that it does have a couple of errors and so on. But the idea that I want to highlight is that you can keep prompting or questioning the model up until you get what you're looking for. Okay, so yeah, you can do this right here. The other thing that I wanted to touch on quickly for the last 5 minutes is with regards to, so we've covered Microsoft Edge, and there's also Windows Copilot, which is this one right here. And this one is baked into Windows, basically. So rather than using the browser, you can then come, let me just close it. You can click on this icon and it will open up the Windows Copilot right here. Okay. And then the other thing, which I know has already been covered, but I'm just going to cover a different portion of the multimodal, is with the ability to query and make use of your data or a document that you have created. So I just want to open up Copilot here. Let's close this. So what I want to do here is I want to take a document that's already existing, and then I want to query that document. Okay, so you'll see here at the bottom you can type or you can attach a file. So when I click attach a file, I see that I've got a document that is called DAW, which is Digital Audio Workstations. These are my notes for my class, and I can attach that particular document. And then I can ask questions that which DAW is considered the best. Now I'm showing you this because let's just imagine the whole year you've been making notes and you consolidate those notes inside, let's say, Microsoft Word. You can then come here, upload the document, and then based on that, it will give you information on that document, right? So choosing the best digital audio workstation according to this document, it's Ableton Live, and then comes FL Studio, and then I can ask it more questions like how much does Ableton Live cost in rands? Okay, so this is all information that's inside my document, and if I were to open the document so that I can show you what's inside here, this is what the document looks like. It talks about the different DAWs. It's got pricing, it's got all of that stuff, and I should be able to query what's inside that particular document. Okay, so according to this, it says that Ableton Live costs approximately 13,000 after it has been converted into the exchange rate, the current one. Okay, so that is Copilot in a nutshell. You can access it in different ways, right? There's different touch points for Copilot, and you've got your user interface. You've got Copilot on your mobile. You can use it in the browser. You've got Windows Copilot, and then there are some Copilots that run in the background, right? And then there are some that you have to invoke, okay? So maybe like the translation, all of these things run in the background. And then in terms of multimodal, you can use text, you can use images, you can use audio. Yeah, and then I'm just gonna leave this link here so that you guys can play with it and see what's available. So the AI for videos called Sora, right? It's called Sora, and you can just check it out, but essentially, whoops, it's the wrong one. Yeah, that one. So you can just check it out in terms of creating video and from prompting, basically. So this was created with Sora, and the prompt was a stylish woman walks down Tokyo street, and yeah, that's the prompt right there. And it's I can't play this. Oh, there we go. But anyway, that was the prompt to say that a stylish woman walks down a Tokyo street filled with warm, glowing neon and animated city signage and signage. And she wears a black leather jacket, long dress, long boots, and so on. So that image was created using Sora, which is also from OpenAI. Okay, so that's it in a nutshell, and I'll be happy to answer questions in the chat. But thank you so much for your time, and I'll hand over back to you, Richard. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Banele. Just 2 quick questions. What is there any other differences between using an enterprise versus a personal Copilot? Do you perhaps get more prompts in the enterprise, or if you just use a free one, what is the differences in that terms? And then also earlier we told them about, the cutoff of the learning. For instance, ChatGPT was last year. What is the cutoff of learning for Copilots?
Yeah, good question. So with Copilot, it also makes use of Microsoft Bing, which is the search engine equivalent to Google. So all of the searches or the prompts that you use, they go out to the Bing search engine, and it brings the most relevant and up-to-date information. Okay, so it's up to date, and unlike your ChatGPT, which has a cutoff date, with Copilot, it is always up to date. But then again, the onus is still on you to make sure that you do check, but it does give you those sources where you see where the information came from. And then the difference with enterprise is that there's quite a lot, because if it is enterprise, then the main thing is around, security, and also having the ability to make use of organizational data, which the model itself will use your organization data, but not essentially leak that or make it public facing in a way. But with the normal Copilot, the one that's at no cost, essentially you're making use of information that's on the internet. So the workaround here is that basically you would have to copy organizational data and paste it into the normal one, which is frowned upon. That way you are compromising the security of your organization. So at least using the organization one allows you that flexibility to say, can I use organizational data in a secure and safe environment? And the other main thing is that with the organization one, you can have Copilot inside Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and so on. So rather than having to go to the net, you can use Copilot inside your tools like your Word, and then start generating documents, proposals, and all of that. So there's quite a lot, but I think in the interest of time, I would have loved to show you more, but yeah, hopefully that answers. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you, Vanille. No, we'll definitely have follow-up sessions in the future, next year, when you're all fresh coming back for the new year. So thank you. We finished now with Unit 1. So now you should have a good understanding of what is generative AI and what we can do with it. In the next unit, we're going to focus on how to use it responsibly. And that's really, when you actually go use this for academic purposes, what are the things that you need to look out for? But we are going to give you a 15-minute break. Please go have a cup of coffee, because the next session is going to be quite informative, and we want you to be at your top minds to answer the questions as we go along. So please, we'll see you in 15 minutes, and we'll continue with the unit on responsible use. Thanks, everyone. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I saw there was a interesting question in the chat. Can I use AI to start a business? Definitely. This is what most startups are currently looking at, is how they can actually utilize AI to start businesses. So you'll see, for instance, like the music generation, there's so many types of ones being created, and it's very, go think outside of the box how you can use this. You can definitely start a business with this and excel with AI. It can even help you if your business is not AI related. It can guide you even in how to start a business, for instance, a shop, and then also give you some ideas of marketing and all of that. So you can definitely use this for everyday life things as well. So we're going to get started with the next unit on responsible AI use in education. So this is quite a big topic we had when we were visiting you guys during the year. A lot of you were unsure how to approach using AI for your education. So we're going to have a look at quite a few ways and things that you have to look out for when using AI. So we'll specifically focus on the responsible use of AI in education, the potential risks, being aware of the risks of using AI. So by the end of this unit, you'll be equipped to engage with AI while maintaining academic integrity and critical thinking. So this is two big things. Is you want to stay academic or maintain academic integrity, but you also remember you are learning, so you want to maintain that critical thinking aspects. You don't want to let AI take over everything you are doing. It should be a tool that you use to build up yourself and your expertise. So we'll have a look at how you can do that. So I'm going to ask you to answer in the chat. We'll see who's the fast typist. So let's answer some of these questions, and then we see at the end how what is the answers to these. What considerations should we take when using AI academically? What should you think about? We've already covered quite a lot of, backstories about AI in terms of, some of its limitations, the knowledge cutoff date. Some of them, as you heard, they can use the web browser to find information. But what other considerations should you use? Plagiarism issues, definitely. Biases, very good. AI can definitely be biased. Yeah, plagiarism. Because in the end, you still want to work to reflect what you are thinking, not what the AI, the journey it came, or conclusion it came down to. Yeah, verify the information, definitely. Yeah, as I not necessarily, it's very westernized. Data security, yes, definitely. No, very good. And then what are the potential biases and limitations of AI generated data? What do you think are those biases? I actually already gave it away a bit, but you should really think about, what was these data models trained on? Where did they find the information? And especially, within the context that we are, that was very verbal way of, preserving information, history, culture. Now those things aren't digitized. So what impacts can that have now that it's trained on digital data? And I actually want to highlight here, we're working on another project as well, Advancing African Digital Humanities. And in that one, we're actually focusing on really getting digitized the information so that these future models can be trained on local information as well. Yeah, so very good questions. I can be useful. Yeah, create fake information, definitely. Fire, yes. All of that we have to take in. So by the end of this unit, hopefully we can answer all these key questions. Now, there is a few key concepts as well. So I just want to highlight here on the course, how do you get to this specific unit? So from the welcome page, remember we're now on unit 2, AI responsible use. and evaluating information, or and then you can also access it from the left navigation. So if it's closed, you just click on this menu, so you can go directly to Unit 1 Introduction. So we do give some, how can I say, guidance to the key concepts. So for instance, academic integrity is ensuring honesty and accountability in your academic work. Because remember, you are accountable for what you put out. Even when using AI tools, this means AI should assist in learning, but not replace your own efforts. Using AI-generated content without proper acknowledgement can lead to plagiarism, which can compromise your academic integrity. Data privacy. Now, remember, when you use, as they mentioned, there's data, for instance, the Copilots that's open, not behind enterprise. There is, for instance, even on ChatGPT, if you've got a subscription, you have to go check a box that your data can't be reused for further training. So be aware of that data privacy. What you are putting in there can be used to be retrained on. So now you can think of, especially maybe one day you get a government job with very secretive information, and you use ChatGPT to edit it and go along with it, and then suddenly those new models are actually trained on that data. So be very aware of data privacy. And I think a lot of you actually got this quite spot on. AI can produce biased information because they learn from historical data, which may not necessarily reflect the current perspectives. So for you, especially, we in an African context, we must be aware of this because not a lot of our history is being recorded digitally. Critical thinking is obviously your ability to critically evaluate information, decide on a course to take. So if you're just going to rely the whole time on what AI is giving you, you're going to lose this skill. And this is a very valuable life skill that you need. So what is the responsible AI use? So is to use it ethically, throughout your academic journey, but also in how you do basically any interactions that you do use with AI. Now, this one is a big one, dependence on technology. AI can enhance learning, but should not become the crutch. That means it shouldn't overtake. You need to balance the use of AI while developing your own skills, such as problem solving and dependent thinking. Because if you get over-reliant on this, you're not going to learn anything new. And that's what people want to hire one day, is your skills. So yes, your skills in using the apps and all that does count, but you do need those additional skills, how to use it effectively and not just become over-reliant on technologies. Now, also very importantly, read the terms and conditions. When is, some AI providers might ask you to reference all the content it generates, or maybe they see that they've got the copyrights for that information that it generates. So make sure in the terms of conditions how you may use what you've generated with the tool. And also start thinking about the long-term implications. Say everybody now starts writing their articles just using AI. That means future models are basically trained on what has been written now by the AI. So those biases and everything that's been incorporated into is just going to become exponential. So think of, your skills that you want to keep in the future. Do not let it rely just on AI to take over now, because that's the precedent we're setting now for the future as well. So really think, especially in the education space, what impact can it have if everybody is just starting to use AI to write their whole articles, their research, all of that. We're going to actually be in a very closed off world that's not going to grow because it doesn't have that human influence onto it that can really innovate and find new ways of doing things. So responsible use considerations. So you've got it quite good in the questions or the comments. So if there is a few things that we have to look at: the academic integrity, data privacy, bias and discrimination, dependence on technology, right of use. As we saw, you want to maintain the originality of your own work. You don't going to just type in a question and then from an assignment and then take the response, because that's not your own response, your own knowledge and skills. Data privacy, as we've mentioned, you're actually putting that information out into the world for future models to be trained on, unless it specifically specifies that it won't be. And as we said, bias and discrimination, we'll actually have a look at a few examples later as well, where you can quickly find that the AIs do not know that much about, for instance, cultures in South Africa, for instance. That means that information was not trained on it, so it doesn't even take that into account when it provides an output. And as we mentioned, dependence on technology, avoid over-reliance, develop your independent thinking skills. That's really what's going to, in this AI world, is going to benefit you the most, is to have that critical thinking, how to analyze problems, and then you can always use a tool to support you in solving it in the future. I see Stadio College can detect if you use AI. Yes, there's a lot of AI detection tools being developed. One thing about AI developed tools currently is they also develop incorporating the biases. So they, for instance, found that, for instance, if English is your second language, that's the most for us, you are actually flagged a lot higher than for somebody that's English their first language. So you get incorrectly flagged for these type of things. So there's still a lot to be developed in that way of AI detection tools. And then obviously understand the terms of use. As we said, read the terms and conditions, make sure that you may actually use it or must you reference it. Now, this always comes back to, as we saw in the first one, generative AI creates unique content. So that means, it's basically, if you're asked it to write a story, it's a new story. It hasn't been used before. The way you prompted it, the response that it gave you, you guide it, through your prompt. So it is indirectly you that's creating it still. So that's where a big, decision still need to be made. How much is it your content, and how much is it the company's content that made a model, and also how much is it the people's on which this data was trained on. So in the end, it basically does being owned basically by everybody what's being generated. So how do you ensure that AI remains supportive? AI can assist, but it's important to maintain control over your learning. Strategies to use to ensure AI remains a supportive tool is ask questions. So what type of questions should you ask? Limit AI use is very easy, but also reflection. But what type of questions do you think you should ask when you're using this tool from AI? Let's see in the chat who is first. Charles, that's a very good lecturer that allows you to use it, but still maintain your critical thinking. Never just copy and paste. So you can use AI to ask questions. So for instance, use AI to explore and deepen understanding with follow-up questions. So remember, the main goal for you as a learner is you want to understand the concepts and the content, so you can, add that to your skill set. For example, if AI provides an answer about historical events, ask additional questions to get different viewpoints or deepen context, such as what were the impact of this event in different regions. So you can ask it, for instance, explain this to me in a context of what it happened. So, or you can give examples of of a different topic. So always use it to ask questions. It's a back and forth. It's a tool that you use. You don't just ask it to generate you a final output. Always have a back and forth communication with the AI. Then, as far as possible, use AI selectively. Rely on your own skills, for core work. Use AI to generate ideas for an essay, but then write the content yourself to ensure originality and depth of understanding. Now, for instance, we showed you how it can write your essay, so it can give you a good idea. But it would be better actually to say, I want to write an essay on this topic. Give me some key points I can include, and then you write the story yourself. So thereby, you're not just taking that story that's been generated. It was not necessarily all your own input. You can rather ask it, this is what you want to do. How do I go about it? So then you can go and write it yourself, because then you've got a better understanding of what you need to do. So that's, still to maintain that your brain is active and actually thinking about it and resolving it yourself. So do not over-rely just on the outputs. I can tell you already, one can tell when you see so many AI-generated content that there is a pattern starting to form. You can see what type of models people are using. There's some patterns in it that does tell you where it's actually from. So you need to maintain that originality, your own work. So when you ask it, rather ask it for key points, ask it for a layout, for instance, for a report, or key headings, just to get ideas. You'll quickly find, once it's give you that, clear headings that you perhaps need to do for a report, you can actually then, okay, now it's logical. Now your brain is starting to think what needs to be in those headings. So then you say, okay, I've got working on this heading now. What should I then now input some ideas for what I can input in this section? So it's always a back and forth. When you tell it, no, this is incorrect. I rather want to have a different perspective, all of that. Now, always also reflect on what does it actually give you. I see here we've got the wrong example, but always reflect back. Say it's giving you an answer, say about the historical event. Reflect on how did that actually derive by that answer. Now, that's where you start thinking again on what data was it trained on. What different perspectives can there be towards that question? So always, as we say, it must be a back and forth conversation. Now, before we jump into this activity, and I'm going to ask David also, please, with this activity, give your responses in the chat if you can't place it directly now on the forum. I just want to highlight here as well. So when you work through this content, please, to go through all the content on here, where we do go quite in depth with various topics, and we do give some examples. For instance, the reflection. After using AI to summarize a topic, spend time reviewing the key points and connecting them to your own knowledge. So you can build up that mind map, for instance, to ensure the information is meaningful and integrated in your understanding. Because remember, in the end, it's you that want to grow your skill sets and knowledge. Now, here's actually a graph that can be used as well. It was developed by Alexstad, and it's available within a UNESCO document as well that goes further into this topic. We added this to the additional reading as well. But this gives you a clear way of how to assess when to use ChatGPT. So, for instance, does it matter if the output is true? Obviously, in academic sense, it's yes. So then it's not a creative story or anything like that. Maybe if you're doing creative studies, but then you would rather ask it to give you, you'll give it some ideas and you can build on top of those ideas. Does it matter if the output is true? Yes. Do you have the expertise to verify that the output is accurate? So here you must now judge your own knowledge surrounding this topic. Or do you have means to go and read about this topic beforehand to verify the information. So if you have the expertise, you're studying this topic, then you select yes. Then are you willing to take full responsibility, legal, moral, etc., for missed inaccuracies? Because get this generated data, you'll have to go through each one to verify that it's correct and true. And remember, then it's still your responsible use. Then you can, even if you still use it, you still need to, as we said, you guide it to just assist you with perhaps headings and things like that. But in the end, remember, this must still be a reflection of what you are thinking. So you have to make sure every word and sentence is accurate, and we'll have a look at how you actually go about ensuring that this information is available by cross-checking and all of this type of information. But for this activity, I'm going to hand over to David. Thanks, David.
All right. Thanks, Richard. Yes, so guys, it's very interesting. I see lots of comments coming through. So let me go back to the website. So this was actually quite nice, and I like the way it's been structured. So when you get to this activity, right, in Unit 2, you'll see the beautiful little diagram as Richard explained, and it actually sort of guides you when to use, when not to use, and when to be more cautious in terms of what you want to do and search for. So this is really what the activity is about. So there is a scenario that we're going to give you, okay, to make it really feel real to you, because I'm sure some of you are sitting exactly with this type of scenario. All right, and so we've given you this nice scenario of the context of AI in journalism, for example, and then so you're going to read through this. I don't want to give it away too much. And once you've gone through this, then you need to go and evaluate the ethical implications. So pretty much what Richard was discussing now through the last few slides. So go have a look again back if you need to. Go look at sort of the elements that you need to consider, and then focus maybe on these areas there as well. So truth and accuracy, expertise to verify, which was covered, responsibility and consequences. So that's important. So once you've got all this together, you've got an answer, then like what we've done before, you're going to go to your discussion thread and you're going to go post it there as well. So yes, so we really want you to sort of even look at this question right here at the end, right? What are the steps that I would take to mitigate the risks associated with using AI-generated content in our reports? That's a big one as well, because sometimes often we're verifying the facts. And when you go verify the facts, then the person looks a little bit silly because now they didn't really do the homework, eh? So AI is limited in terms of what we feed it is what it gives us. So yeah, so we always got that bias that fake news. I saw some of the students were posting very good answers because that's the reality of the world we're in. Look at the social media stuff. A lot of it's fake generated. So yeah, we really got to think twice when we look at what we're looking at and is it real or not. So then please also consider reflection and takeaway, which is very important with regards to what you're doing. The importance of verifying cannot be understated because remember, it's unverified information. More than one tool and actually see the outcomes and actually compare the outcomes to see what does one say compared to the other. So that's also quite a nice technique that you can use. Then, of course, the ethical challenges in AI, and this is really what the outcome of this specific one is. So then you will go post your reply. So let's have a look here. I see Daniel has done very well. Okay, he's thrown in quite a lot of information there already. So that's a good answer. I see Brandon as well. Okay, there we go. Very nice structured answers. I see you guys are using points as well, bullet points. Excellent. Okay, so we've only got 3 so far. Okay, but obviously it's Unit 2, so some of you guys are still going to get there. So go look at what other people are writing. Remember, you can reply to them as well if you agree or disagree. But yeah, it's not a train smash. But yeah, so guys, just remember, go back to this diagram. We have given you the resource where it comes from. You see, that's important. It's not our work. It belongs to someone else. Therefore, we actually need to refer to it as well. So there we go, is the document, the link that you can refer to. All right, so back to you, Richard. This is very interesting what we're covering in topic number 2.
Thank you, David. I just want to highlight within this one, so we can just get your inputs on this. Sorry, I went the wrong one here. So if we look at this scenario, so this gives you a good scenario. Lwazi is a journalist in South Africa where government corruption related to the public health funding is frequently reported. During an ongoing health crisis, Lwazi faces the challenge of quickly publishing accurate information to inform the public and promote accountability. Given the urgency, she considers using ChatGPT to draft parts of a report incorporating findings from initial investigations and social media insights. However, the complexities of local dialects and the sensitivity of the topic presents additional challenges. So what do you think for how can she use ChatGPT to generate for her? She copies in a few articles, some tweets, and then asks it to generate a report for her. Or do you think she should write everything by her own and then perhaps use ChatGPT just to structure perhaps a bit better for her? What are your thoughts on that? Please let us know in the chat. If you are faced as a journalist perhaps with a situation like this where it needs to have local understanding, it's a very sensitive issue, so the information needs to be very accurate. There's cultural things at play. What do you think? If you use this diagram, what should she be doing? I would almost say, does it matter if the output is true? Definitely, yes. Does she have expertise to verify that the output is accurate? So yes, she's a journalist, so she can go find the information, but she doesn't necessarily have the expertise within that area that she is talking about. So that might already be a no. So she'll really have to think about what her own strengths are. And then if she selects whether this is yes, she will definitely be held accountable for what the output is. So it's a very interesting scenario. Let us think what you think. Can she use ChatGPT or can she perhaps use it in a different way? I see there's one. She should use ChatGPT to structure the information she has. So yes, write it herself and then perhaps just help with the editing of it. Yeah, ChatGPT can make mistakes, definitely. So have a look at this one activity, really go think about it, and then give us your inputs of what you think and see what the others are also thinking relating to that topic. Now, how do you actually assess the credibility of AI-generated information? So there's quite a few things you have to look at when you assess this. So AI-generated content can be very convincing, but you have to evaluate its credibility. So let's first have a look at source of data. So you need to understand where the AI's data comes from. What data was it trained from? So if the AI-generated content is about health recommendations, consider whether the model was trained on reputable medical sources such as peer-reviewed journals or government health guidelines. So a lot of these GPTs that we're using now is very general GPTs. So they can make mistakes. They don't always have the reputable information, academic information available to them. So that's where you really have to think of what data was this trained on. Will it actually be able to do the work? So you can look at different models. What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? You can also verify that the AI content is trustworthy. So as we had previously, if it provides you information about historical events, you have to go and verify that information is correct. You want to get different opinions as well, viewpoints from that historical event. So, and it can be about anything. It can be about even how to do something. There's different ways of doing it, which is the best way. So the data that was trained on perhaps said one way, well, there are many other ways of actually doing it. So always go and cross-reference, make sure that the information is correct. And as we had already quite a lot, with bias awareness, if AI generated content seems to favor one viewpoint, over others, consider researching alternative perspectives to identify any biases that may be present in the generated text. So you must also know, like, for instance, these ChatGPTs, Copilots, all of them, they've got built-in safety mechanisms. And they've also got certain viewpoints that they sometimes highlight as well. And this has become a problem quite big in social media, where it pushes one way of approaching something or of understanding of something. So always, be aware of this. Also, the data, as we said, the data that was trained on was majority from Western countries. So what impact does that have on its viewpoint on a person staying in South Africa? And then this big one, AI hallucinations. So this is something that when people started using it, they started realizing, but this AI is actually speaking complete nonsense, but in a very confident way. It will even provide backup, say why it said it, what is it that's backing it up for its perspective on something. But it can actually be completely fake. So, for instance, the AI might confidently provide a detailed explanation about a historical event that never occurred. So if you rely on this, just for some information on history, and then it can actually give you a complete story with characters, everything, and confidently say that this happened, but it actually never happened at all. Even if it generates for you, for instance, recipes, it might include ingredients that doesn't even exist. So always, when you use these tools, make sure that it does have the knowledge that you can reference to make it sure that it's accurate. And it can be even as simple as something that's a recipe. For instance, you ask ChatGPT to give you a recipe for baking a bread. Are you, how can I say, knowledgeable enough to make sure that what is being put into that recipe is safe? You can already think, oh, okay, I know arsenic is perhaps not a good thing, or certain herbs it's not a good thing, but GTPs can make those mistakes and include them, and then confidently tell you also why it's good to include them as well. So when working with AI data, always ask yourself, is the data accurate? Is the data relevant? What are the limitations? What is the scope of knowledge of this AI model? So does it actually align with what you already know? As we said now, if you want to go get a recipe from it, you must already know more or less what is safe to use, what is not, or what you can combine together, all of that. So for instance, if AI provides data about agricultural practices in South Africa, verified by checking local agricultural articles or research publications to ensure that the information is suitable for the specific region. Remember, the information it gives is a very globalized viewpoint. So you really want to still go find out, is this information relevant and correct for your setting? So is the data actually relevant? Is it suitable, the information it provides you, or is it perhaps hallucinating a bit of what can be done in a certain region? And then, as always, the limitations of the AI. AI might not be fully understand the cultural practices or socioeconomic factors that influence farming in South Africa. So you must be really mindful of the context of what this AI has been trained on. Is it actually applicable to our context? And as we said, what is the scope of knowledge? So as we mentioned, these AI models basically usually has a year behind what is the information that's available now. Now, what they do is they ingest information. Like when you search something such as Copilot, they will actually take the news articles that's been found and then still put them through a GPT to find what is, feed it that information, and then it still responds, on the latest information, but still its overall input is still from a year behind. So always make sure, even though you're feeding it in information for context, some of its viewpoints might be out of date. So for this activity, I'm just going to ask David to go through the activity for evaluating AI-generated data.
All right, thanks, Richard. Yep, so let's continue, guys. So very interesting. I know this is some of the questions you guys were asking right in the beginning of the course already. So now we really get delving into this sort of area of evaluating the data that you're getting. So this activity now it's still under number 2. So you'll see it's evaluating AI-generated data, especially from your AI large language module. So you'll see this terminology LLMS quite often. Okay, so what do we really want to do? Objective and you can decide which tool you want to use. So the first thing we tell you is select a tool, Gemini or Copilot, totally up to you. And we're going to generate some context. All right, content. So have a look at your studies, what you're studying, because obviously you've got some sort of reference to that. If it's agriculture practices or education or historical events, whatever it may be. So that will be your content that you wanted to generate. So then you prompt it to generate something for you, okay? Then once you get the response back, then comes the fun part. Then you're going to have to go and check the data accuracy. So we want you to use 2 reliable sources, okay? And go and check the information that you got, what exactly or how accurate was it? So that's very important. Say, was the data actually
David, you're breaking up quite a lot. Maybe just check your connection.
Okay, let me check quickly. Richard, I'm just going to switch over channels quickly.
Okay.
Okay, am I loud and clear now, Richard?
Yes, much better.
Is it much better? Okay, fantastic. No, then it's my upload stream with my fibers giving me some trouble. All right, so let me just share again. Okay, so which part didn't you hear me?
I think maybe start from number 1.
Okay, so guys, the objective here is to really have a look at a South African context, all right, of the information that you guys generate. So we can use either tool, Gemini or Copilot, go for it. Totally up to you, or any of the others, but these 2 are probably what I showed you today. And then use AI, ask a question or topic that's relevant to your studies. So something that you know about, that you're studying already, and then let it generate some content. But after the process, then what we want you really to do is go find 2 reliable sources that you can verify how accurate was this data that the AI tool that you used, was it accurate or not? So that would be interesting. Then also, is it relevant to what you were asking? So in other words, were you too vague? Maybe then it came out with a lot of information that's totally not to do with your topic. So that's quite an interesting. So prompting what you want the AI tool to do, something we're going to cover in 3, but was the data relevant to you from what you've done so far? Then what are the limitations? So in other words, go and have a look and see, was there biases or was there lack of cultural understanding, especially since the tools are mostly Western, Eastern, Northern, if we can say Africa's in the middle. So pretty much the rest of the world. So identify AI can be oversimplifying complex issues. So that's also quite interesting. So once you've done step number 3, then you're going to go again with step number 4, where you have your reflection, your takeaway. Go and understand what was it easy or challenging to verify the information, okay, because that's important. And then, of course, share your thoughts, guys. So again, you're going to post a reply, and I can see there's a couple of replies already in here, Richard. So I see the students were, for example, using ChatGPT, technology in the government. So there we go. That was quite a good answer. But did you manage to verify it, Noel? Was the information that it gave you, was it accurate? Is it reliable? Was it on point? So that's something maybe one to answer in there as well. I see Lucky also put something here, but a short story about learning AI. Okay, I think you might just need to go back and check this one, hey, in terms of what we were asking there, because remember, you need to verify it, hey? And then, of course, Brandon also has one. I like what you did here, Brandon. You said do not use Wikipedia. So there you were prompting the AI tool to exclude certain resources. So that was quite a nice one, actually. Very, very well thought out. And there we go. And I see some nice
also,
info.
like Brandon's finding at the end, I do see that there is biased information. The generated responses leans more towards his European influences.
Yeah, Brandon. Yes, no, he had a very, very nice answer there. So yes, guys, so there we go. So that's what we're looking for, to be honest. So yep, that very nice answer there. And also Lebachang, I see you've also got something, and you even added an RTF so you know how to upload attachments as well. We'll have a look at it a little bit later. But yeah, there we go, guys. That's the activity. I'm quite impressed to see some students are this far already in the course. Almost on level 3 or unit 3. So yeah, so there we go, guys. We really are trying to make you, or at least give you the options, the ideas, the know-how to go back and verify the data, because a lot of you guys were saying, I'm going to use AI just limited though. Guys, AI is going to continue growing and developing and intertwining itself into everything we do. So you can't really avoid it, but learn to use it correctly. And I think this is really what we're covering in lesson unit 2. So there we go, guys. So then back to you, Richard, and then we'll continue with the course.
Thank you, David. So students, yeah, I love the conversation that's going around this in the chat as well. This is really a reflective unit. So go work through the content and make sure you understand it. Go test it out. That's only when you will actually see the inaccuracies and also find ways of how it can support you. So remember, we are scaring you in some terms, but it is really a tool that can help you deepen your insights and really, discovering your full potential. So once you're done with this unit, you will know exactly how to use it responsibly, what you need to look out for, and then also some ways of how you evaluate the credibility of AI-generated information by cross-referencing the information of different areas where you can get information. I saw an article here, how good are AIs with currently published documentation. So that is where we were talking about the knowledge cutoff. So everything published after, for instance, this year, it doesn't actually know about it inherently. It hasn't been trained on it. So it's not part of the AI model. So what the people do is they say you search for something, you type in, you want to know about this research paper. What it actually does is it goes Google's or Bing, go search on the internet for information regarding that, and it actually puts that information as part of your prompt. So it wasn't initially trained on it, it's only what it found within that instance. So it's basically like you going through to all the websites and it's trying to find the information regarding it because it's not part of its knowledge already. And by that, it does miss quite a lot of the points regarding that specific article, for instance. So be aware of that. It does also go search for current information, but it's not part of its knowledge that it was trained on. So we're getting to the unit that we are all here for, is now how do you actually effectively prompt, so you've got a question, how do you structure your question to get a good response? This is only because you get so many people and they get frustrated with the AI. It's not giving them what they want, but it's actually the way they phrase their questions that's perhaps incorrect. Or they're not providing enough context for the AI to give you a response. And context we're talking about now is especially, something that was published recently. I'll perhaps upload that paper, then ask a question regarding the paper, because else it won't even know about that paper. So I'll put that question, the article, as part of my initial prompt. So writing the key prompt is key to unlocking the full potential of AI tools. So in this unit, we're going to look at a few strategies that you can implement to really get the most of the AI so that the responses you get is actually beneficial to you. So by the end, you should know what prompt engineering is, and understand its significance, develop skills in writing clear, effective AI prompts, understand the importance of the context and refine prompts for optimal AI responses, apply role-based prompts to simulate different scenarios with AI. So that's a very interesting one as well. And people have been very creative where the AI should take on different roles, for instance, to discuss the topic. And then you get different viewpoints. So by the end, you should be able to answer what is prompt engineering. Now, I just want to highlight here as well, if you're going to Google prompt engineering, there's quite a in-depth field at the moment. It's actually a new field that's been created because people are trying now to build tools with this AI. So when they prompt it, they should get reliable responses. So it's actually become a whole field on its own, with people actually now starting to study to become professional prompt engineers. But we're going to look at the just for everyday use, when you're looking for using these tools so that you can get the most out of it. What can you do to develop writing effective prompts? We'll show you some tips on how you can do that. How you can add additional context to the AI responses. So for instance, you're researching something, you want to have a breakdown of what article you want to perhaps reference, how you add that context to the AI. What some techniques how you can refine prompts, for better answers. And then also, how can promoting an AI to take on a specific role enhance your learning? So we'll have a look at that as well. So just some key concepts within this unit. Let me quickly open up the page. So remember, this is under Unit 3, the last one. The prompt engineering, the process of crafting effective questions to instructing to guide AI towards providing a meaningful and relevant response. This skill is essential for getting the most of AI tools, particularly in the educational context. So how you structure that prompt, what you include in your prompt, really defines what the output will be. Now, the context in this is the background information that provides the AI with clarity about what is being asked. Adding context ensures that AI responses are more targeted, accurate, and relevant. So context is, we'll have a look at specific cases, but it can even be as big as documents that you upload. So role-based prompts is you actually ask the AI to take on a specific role, say academic or teacher or editor, and then from that perspective, give you a response. So you can even ask it to, for instance, reply to you as Darth Vader or some comic character as well, and it can be quite hilarious, the responses. But that's the power of this response. It will actually take on that persona when it also then provides your output. Now, you also want to refine your prompts. You get an initial prompt, you get a output, but now you start delving deeper, providing more context. So you're refining your prompt over iterations. And then also instructional language. So this is where academic literacy also comes in. Especially when you're prompting it, such as you want to compare something, you want to list it output. All of these terms also depends, how can I say, influences the output that you will get. So giving structural terms that are very specific will really help you in getting very good outputs. Now, keywords, as you might know, a keyword is, even when you do a Google search, is what are those keywords that you insert that you want to know about. So, for instance, using very scientific term with, or just using, a normal term, that will actually impact the output you get. They actually found already in studies as well that if you give it, say you're studying something engineering, and you give it a very technical term. Now, you don't just give it the bridge structure or something like that, but something very specific within that structure. You will actually get a lot better response. So that's why it's also good to build up your vocabulary in your field of study so that you can use these terms so that you can get a good output. So we'll also look at structuring prompts. What is a good way to structure when you ask a question? What are where do you place these keywords so that you actually do get a good output? Now, iterative refinement, as we talk, you can take an initial prompt. Maybe the output is bad and you open up a new window, start over. Well, iterative prompt works on top of that one, where now it gives you a broad outline. Now you start going deeper into it. So it's the same chat that you use where you delve onto some topics within that output that you got. We'll also look at learning level adjustments. And now what I like about this one, especially if you're learning new concepts, sometimes you might not understand the academic language that's being used to describe that specific concept. But by changing its learning level, say explain it to me like I'm 5, then suddenly it will give you a very visual output regarding that. And then you ask it, for instance, okay, now explain it to me like I'm a 16-year-old. It will start using more higher terms. So you build up your understanding by having it at different levels. And then we'll also finally look at, using your voice. There's where you can actually ask it to reply to you as well in voice. And it will also just lastly touch again on the ethical and safe use of prompting. So developing effective AI prompts, you can basically go through the cycle. There's quite a few things you need to look at. So as we mentioned before, understand the capabilities of the AI. What was the information it was trained on? You have to be specific and clear so that the AI understands exactly what its role is, what it should do. You should use the right keywords. You should structure your prompt effectively. Where do you put in these keywords, where you put in context, and then always provide context when needed, and then iterate and refine over those questions. So if we look at, for instance, this one, understand AI capabilities, as we said, know what the AI can and cannot do, specifically with the model that you're using, and also with the license that you have perhaps for that specific model. So familiarize yourself with the strengths and weaknesses, and you basically do this by asking it questions and seeing what type of responses it gives you. Does this actually understand what the things that you are studying or that you want to know? So what you can also definitely do is start following news on AI to see what are the new models coming out and what are the capabilities. So when you prompt it, be very specific and clear. Now, For instance, you'll notice a lot of times when with some of the demos I did, I put, for instance, insert, please provide me information regarding this. But the word please can actually is not even required, because you're actually taking away, adding more information that it requires to actually do the job efficiently. So that can actually impact the output that it gets as well. So just something to think of is, you need to be very specific and clear. So you really need to know what is it that you want about it, and then what is it the expected output that you expect from that input. So for instance, background, you want to go visit Johannesburg as a visitor to learn more about the city's culture. Very vague prompt would be, tell me about Johannesburg. It can't determine from there that you are actually more interested in the culture aspects or things that you can do within the city. So more specific prompt would be, for instance, provide a summary of key tourist attractions in Johannesburg, focusing on cultural enrichment. So we'll test these outputs as well. So we're going to open up a window, and we can actually go through to see what are the differences in these responses. Let me just quickly get my browser open. So for instance, say we go to any of these models. I'm just going to open up. Let's do this one again. Gemini wasn't very nice with us earlier. Let's try if we do a next new one. So tell me about Johannesburg. What will it tell you? It will tell you basically an overview of the city, what you can almost get on Wikipedia. It will tell you about the areas. It will tell you a bit about the attractions and activities, but not that much in detail that you can really make a decision about it. So if I ask it now, for instance, provide a summary of the key tourist attractions, then it will delve in a bit more into those specific areas. So then it will tell you a little bit more why this is impactful. Why do you want to actually go there? So just by being a little bit more specific and clear of what you need, it actually has the ability to expand on that information. And secondly is to use the right keywords, incorporate relevant keywords or phrases that can help the AI better understand the prompt's context and the desired focus. So for instance, you are researching the possible impact of climate change or climate changes and human activity have had on recent increase in natural disasters in South Africa. So prompt, why did natural disasters increase in South Africa? Keyword enhancement, what could be the role, so that's a keyword, and impact of climate changes in humanity activity or human activity on increased natural disasters in South Africa. So let's have a look at this one as well. Let's open up the browser here. So with Gemini, I'm just going to create a new one so it doesn't get confused within the context that we are working on. Let me just get one here, for instance. Now we just put in there, what did natural disaster, or why did natural disasters increase in South Africa? So it doesn't really has a specific, it will tell you climate change, environmental degradation, urbanization. So it doesn't really broaden out to the specific ones that you want. So I want to know specifically what could be the role and impact of climate change and human activity on increased natural disasters in South Africa. You want to know what the role is and what is the impact. So it will list all of that a lot clearer for you. So remember to use those keywords that you want to know, like impact. You want to know what the role was. It really helps you, not just with interacting with AI modules, the models. It also helps you in Google searching, how you refine your searches. You can already see this is a lot more in depth and to the point response that we got. Now, also very important is to structure your prompts. Tailor the structure based on the task type you want to do. Do you want to have information? Do you want to solve a problem? Is it a creative task, or is it just an instructional task, something that they must do? Or do you want to opinion or analysis? So let's use this example. There's a water shortage due to a lack of rain in your area, so resulting in hardship for farming and a shortage of drinking water. You want to know what can be done to alleviate the water shortage in your area. So very unstructured is, how can I alleviate the water shortage due to the lack of rain in my area? So obviously, it will first off not always know even where you are from, where you can structure it a little bit better by saying, what steps can I currently take to alleviate the effects on the farming and drinking water due to the lack of rain in Kakamas? So you give it an area, you structure it better so that it knows exactly what it needs to do. So let's have a look quickly at what this effect has on the model. I'm going to get a new one. So here it just gives you some, alleviate water shortage due to a lack of rain, fix leaks potentially. So it doesn't actually desalination. Kakamas is not close to the ocean, so it gives you very broad understanding. But if you go very specific, a lot more structured, then it can really delve down into that specific area. So now they know it's a drought area or already, an area that doesn't have a lot of rainfall, and now it gives you a little bit of more of a feedback on that. So remember, it does need to know, especially the areas, a little bit more information, but also what should it do? Should it inform you, to solve the problem for you? Must it be creative? Is it, you just want a certain output, instructional task, like translate this to a different language? Or do you actually want it to have analyze now that type of opinion? Is it actually noteworthy? And then obviously providing context. We've been talking about that quite a lot. Adding context helps the AI generate more accurate responses. Domain of field, relevant details, location, time frame, purpose of the query, scope of the information required. Now, this is, the context when you ask your question about the information that you have, and then perhaps you want to compare it to a bigger context. Obviously, you can also increase the context by uploading information. So if we look at, for instance, this one, background, a small-scale fruit farmer in the Western Cape region of South Africa wants to explore opportunities to export his produce internationally. He needs information on export regulations, potentially markets, and available government assistance programs tailored to farms like him. So the prompt can be, with no context, tell me about exporting produce. So it doesn't know that it's within the Western Cape, that's South Africa. It doesn't know about, what type of fruit it is. So it doesn't even include specifically what regulations you want. So you can really improve that by adding some additional context to this information. So let's have a look. If we take these two, what are the impacts on the outputs? So if we go just tell me about produce, we'll give you basically more what, just general terms, what it is, what it's about, but not really anything that can actually help the person that's questioning this. So here they give the context, where they're from, that they want to export internationally specifically. What is the potential international markets for South Africa? And are there any government processes that assistance is available? So remember, this is now going to go search for that information online, and then basically upon the information that it also receives will give you a feedback. So you can see it's a lot more precise and very direct. And then if we look at iterate and refine, so remember the first response might not be what you want, and then you can actually go back and relook at what you prompted it, or you can add to it to say, okay, now for instance, focus on this specific area of that specific prompt. So in that way, it can actually build up onto what it wants to do. So for this one, let's take the background of there's a water shortage due to a lack of rain in your area, resulting in hardship for farming and a shortage of drinking water. So what I'm going to do in this one, let's get back here. So I'm just going to ask it, what can I currently do to alleviate water shortage and drinking water in our area, Kakamas, as we had before. So now, for instance, it will mention, for instance, perhaps there's something about community awareness or things like that. So now I can ask it, say, refine it for me. I want to focus, let's say we want to focus on raise awareness in this case. Now, raise awareness projects, let's say we want to raise the awareness project that we want to run. It's specifically mentioned that in the output as an opportunity. So now it actually goes deeper into it. So by just giving you an overview, you get some pointers, and then you delve into it. And this really helps as well when you do, for instance, research. First, always ask it, what are the points that you need to look at? What are perhaps some of the views you can look at, and give it to you in a list form. And then you take those lists that it gave you. Now you say, okay, focus for me on this one and explain that to me. Then you delve deeper into that. So you build it up over time and not just ask it at one time to provide, say, an essay or report on something. You actually ask it first for the points. So it also has time to see how you build it up over time, and you will get a lot better responses from that. And then lastly is use direct commands. So for instance, instead of saying, you want to know how to say, how are you in Zulu, you give it a very direct command. So you just say, translate, how are you into Zulu. So it doesn't give any additional context that it doesn't need. You're very direct in what it should do. So earlier it didn't work. Let's see if it will work now in Gemini, that we, maybe it will give us a better output that it can use the online tools. So if I go, for instance, if I want to give a very direct one, I will just go basically translate, how are you into Zulu? So it doesn't have access to the library currently. So we do it in Copilot. So we'll just say Ujani. So it's a very direct one. So, especially if you want a response, like for instance, to we just want a single answer. You can even add some context to it to say, only provide this output. So it will only provide that word even without, in Zulu, how are you is translated. You can even go and say, I only want the Zulu translation, nothing else, and it will only provide to you. So you have to be very direct. Now, I just want to show you as well with when you go through the how can I say, developing it. So really take this as building it up. each time go and test it out with the type of question so you can really grasp the understanding of how you're building this up. So go through these content, test them out, go and practice it, and see what other prompting strategies there are as well. Go research this a bit. It's a very fascinating world that's being created with prompt engineering. New industries are being created on it. So go have a look, see what is the best ways, strategies that you can use. So really go explore documentation, on prompting. There's some prompt journals as well that your articles that you can read on. And also, as you keep on going, keep a prompting journal, because a lot of times you get such good prompts or outputs from your prompt, and then you just don't remember exactly how you did it. So keep, it will also show you how you actually improve over time, providing key areas or keywords and context, all of that, how it actually improves the output that you get. Now, we were talking about context quite a lot. So Benelli actually showed this already. So how you can enhance your prompts is providing it additional context. And you do that basically through documents. Where you upload a PDF and then you ask it to summarize, for instance, the information within that document. You can also use images. So they're actually very good at reading images. I've actually uploaded diagrams before and asked them, what does this symbol mean within the diagram? And it will actually find that specific one and tell you exactly what it is. So it's very good in that case. So to do that, it's very easy. All you do is in your browser, where you chat, you'll have this little add file. So Benelli did also show this earlier. So I'm not going to show you exactly how it is, but you can add files and photos and then ask it questions relating to that specific document. And that is very, very powerful. Just want to quickly show you on the page as well. A very interesting one regarding this. So there's a new tool called out Notebook LM. So the link is on the website. And what you do is with this one is it actually has where you can upload documents and you can talk to the documents. So I'm just quickly going to create a new one, for instance. I'm going to choose a file. Let's choose one. Let me go here. Let me rather show you on this browser over here, because I've already got one. And this is a very fun one. So I'll post the link in the chat as well. So let's go to just this link here, copy link. Okay, so let me try the notebook. So for instance, what you do is this one, you actually upload the document that's so it's available for you to actually interact with. So you'll see the whole document is there. Now it already generates some questions for you regarding that document. So you can see all these documents that's been listed here already. And then what you can do is, what are the key considerations for students? So you can ask it questions on that document specifically. So now it's only taking the information within this document and giving you a reply regarding that document. So as we were talking about context, this is a very new tool, and it's got quite a lot of, benefits, especially if you want to learn about, the information within your units. You can upload it and you can actually have an audio playback of this as well. And what's very fun about it, the audio playbacks that it does is in a radio setting. So I'll quickly show you a demo. Just find it. just quickly get that specific whatever I want to show you. There we go. So this is the documents, basically the whole course that we uploaded on here. And it can actually generate the audio book from this, but it takes the form of audio speakers. I'm just going to make sure that I am sharing my screen correctly. Let me just get to Teams. Let me include audio in that one. There we go. So listen to this. This is all about the course that we actually doing.
So you want to dive into AI, right? Specifically prompt engineering. And you found this AI masterclass we're looking at today. It's designed for African students, which is really cool. And get this, you don't even need any tech experience to take it.
That's amazing. Everyone can get involved.
Exactly. That's why we're doing this deep dive. We're pulling out the really important stuff, the exciting stuff, so that you can walk away and actually use this stuff. What do you think, expert speaker? Ready to break down some AI?
Absolutely.
Can you imagine actually uploading your whole study unit on there, and it actually discusses to you like you're listening to radio? Now, unfortunately, it's still very early. How can I say, still in the testing phase. But so that's why you only get the American output on it. So I'll post a link. It's the Notebook LM from Google. And it already gives you a lot, to summarize, to perhaps get key points, things like that out of the information. And as I say, you can even do your own little radio regarding that specific topic. So it's very good at breaking down, especially if you're doing research, a research paper. You just quickly want to listen to what are the key points of this research paper, what are the outcomes, pop it in here, and it's a good way of just listening to the actual key points in the paper. Okay, let me just get back to the slides. Sorry, let me just go through all of these quickly. Yes, we had that one, adding documents. Now, there's also some advanced prompting tips. Prompting the AI to take on a certain role, such as the academic, so that it explains to you in academic terms. You can even ask it to, explain it to you as a toddler, for instance. You just want to have fun. So you can definitely, that can benefit you, and we'll have a look at a few examples now. And then also benefits of asking to explain in different levels. And we'll, where we said basically explain to me like I'm 5. And then you ask it, okay, now explain to me like I'm a high school student, and then university level. So you can build up your picture regarding that concept, by iterating over the prompts. Then we've got techniques for, again, that refining, build on top of what you ask it, maybe start a new thread or continue with that topic where you build upon what you want to get at the end. So don't just ask it, give me a research paper on this. You'll say, give me the key points that I'll need to look at, for instance, in this research that I want to conduct. So it will give you some ideas. You go through it. Maybe you add a few as well. You say, tell it, I think this is also important. Where can I incorporate this? It will tell you what it links to. So you iterate, refine it over time. And then lastly, also, as we saw, it can translate so well that if you want to have it explained in your home language, you just ask it to translate it for you. So, for instance, prompting AI to take on a certain role, this approach really helps you to gain a different perspective and receive answers in a format that matches the intended context. So, for instance, you tell it, take on the role of a counselor. So the prompt will be, pretend you are a student counselor. How would you advise someone who is struggling with time management in online courses? So as you can see, it's very easy to do. You just tell it to take on a certain personality, and you can definitely have fun with this as well. As we said, let's do an example, for instance. Let me just get my browser here open. Okay. So let's go, for instance, this one. Take the role of a, let's say something fun. Let's say a toddler. And explain what can we do. Photosynthesis to me. So it's taking on the role of a toddler. So photosynthesis is like when plants eat sunshine. They take the sunlight and mix it with water and air to make their food. It's like magic. So you can see already it's taking on this specific role to describe it. Now you can ask it, for instance, let's take the same one. Take the role of an academic, and then ask it to explain photosynthesis for you. So now it really goes into the science level of it. So just by changing the role impacts the output that you get. So this is quite a powerful thing that you can use within your prompting. And then much the same is to ask it to explain it to different learning levels. So if we go back to our examples, if I'm going to start a new chat, I'm going to actually just quickly get an example from our course. Let's close this one. There we go. So for instance, explain photosynthesis for the terms of a 5-year-old. So it gives you a very visual picture. Imagine a plant is like a little chef. It makes its own food using sunlight, water, and air. So you can see you're building up actually this visual concept of what it is and how it works. Now you go and say, okay, no, I want a more intermediate level. So I've got that picture in my head now already. So now I want to the process of the photosynthesis in the role of sunlight. Now that's a little bit more expertise. Now, then we go with, say, for instance, explain this to me like talking to a first-year university student. So now you'll see you've got this visual picture. Now you can actually link it to more explanation, the scientific explanation to this. And you can even add intermediate steps as here as well. Explain it to me like I'm a high school student. So you start off with this picture in your head, you build on top of it, and then you get to the real sciences. So then you've got something real concrete to link it to. So really use the different levels of learning, and you can really see how that can really assist you as well. And then as we had before, really iterate and refine your prompts. It's so important to really not just take the first response as the complete overview of it, ask follow-up questions, ask you to give examples, clarify your question a little bit more so it leans into a different direction. And sometimes you'll actually find these AI models goes completely off topic after a while you're trying to iterate and refine. And then it's better to really start over. Start a new chat, and you'll see it will initially give you a better response, and then you can build on top of that one. And then lastly, as we saw quite a few already, describe the topic to me in our home language or using local South African lingo or something like that. So, you make it real to you. So it's not just the academic output that you get. It actually tries and explains it to you using concepts that we might be familiar with in in our surroundings. So this is also where you can really help it to understand concepts and also to explore different avenues within that concept. So yes, the tips is really, save the results. You're not going to get the same results again. So if you get a good output from the way you prompted, remember to add it to your journal. Experiment with it with different roles and different viewpoints. It's really, it's something that you can use to really gain an understanding. And by playing around with it, you'll see quite having different viewpoints, how you actually build up your own viewpoints surrounding the topic. You can always join on forums and communities. You can definitely use this platform as well where you're doing the course to ask questions, and then other students will perhaps provide their view on it. And this is how we can build up our skills collaboratively. So yeah, I just want to enforce, keep a journal of your prompts and your outputs, because this is really a new skill that's going to be required in the workplace one day as well. So it's something that you can hone in now at the beginning of this AI revolution. So this one is really, the heading is unfortunately wrong, but I just want to emphasize that you can actually use your voice. So if I open up, let's say, just this one. So I go Google Gemini. So this works in Copilot as well, but this one I just found is sometimes a bit better. Now you've got this microphone option here, so you can actually ask it within this one by just click on it, and you give your prompt, and it will actually can reply to you back in audio as well. So let's say use microphone. Hi, what can you tell me about sunlight and photosynthesis? Sorry, photosynthesis. I'm getting messages here. Okay, let me just add there again. Please tell me about the University of South Africa. I don't think it's actually hearing me very clearly. But really go and explore this app. It can actually have quite a lot of audio inputs where you can actually chat to it back and forth. The new ChatGPT app that's available on the app stores actually have one where you can basically have a conversation with as you do with a human. You can even interrupt it. So go and explore these tools as well for different inputs, especially, if you're not a fast typer or, you want to have audio not well at reading or eyesight problems. This can really benefit you where you can have instant impact or feedback through audio. So yeah, our voice prompt, unfortunately, I don't know why it's not catching. I think it's my microphone that's being used for Teams that can't pick up at the moment. So I'm just going to ask David, please just go us through the last activity on the prompt engineering.
All right, thanks, Richard. And I hope the guys are still following us. I see it's been quite a session. Okay, so let's go have a look again at the course site. Yes, I have shared it quite a number of times, guys, because this is where everything is sharing, doing with you guys. It's sitting here. So remember, as we said, so if you only got one device after this session, when you've got time, December sounds great. You've got a lot of time in December. You can actually come and work through these materials. Okay, so under Unit 3, you will find the prompt engineering. Now, Richard has given you a very nice way of actually taking something that's very complex, starting it off in a toddler sort of frame, and then working your way up to a university student. So that is definitely one technique that can help you understand very complicated topics and tasks. Okay, so what we want you to do is the final activity really in this course is really to use some prompt engineering, some of the tools and techniques that you've learned in this lesson. And we want you to select a topic. All right, so anything that interests you related to your current course would be great. If it's a research question or problem or concept, and you start with this. So I'm sure you've already got something in mind. Then you must create some initial prompts. So we want you to actually create 3, right? And then on different aspects of the concept of the problem that you want to summarize. So create 3 different prompts and then refine those prompts to actually get you to something more specific and better tailored to what you're looking for. So that's very important. And you'll notice the AI tool, when it responds back to you, it's already going to generate some sort of questions that you can add simply by clicking to your question to find that context already. So yes, that's very useful. So it's trying to preempt what you want to do and what you're trying to find out. So refine it, get it a little bit more specific. The more specific is probably better because then you know exactly what it needs to find for you. So you must use instructional words. It's beautifully done. Or change the complexity level. And I think that's why Richard, actually, it was a very good example to use the student as a baby, a toddler, different levels, because that also will help you refine and your understanding of the topic so that you can ask specific things. Then again, once you're done, please share it with us, post it in the forum, so that we can also see what you've said, maybe highlight some changes and explain how you made them. I think that'll be really cool. And then, of course, we want you to provide feedback. So check at least two other students, check what they've written, and then post back as well. So again, please, the reflection and the outcome is there still. So again, just make sure you read through it. But I think so far, do we have any students thus far in the course? Let's quickly have a look. Oh, no, it was me. I was the first one. I was just clicking on prompt. OK, well, that's understandable. Ah, there they are. OK, so right, it just refreshed quickly. The role of a teacher. So I guess, Brendan, you are a teacher. So there we go. OK, and I see that you've got quite a nice sort of conversation with Copilot. OK, this is quite good. Right, and there we can see, and then it's actually giving you some of the resources that it uses. So you will notice that, guys, Bing and whatever that is, and Wikipedia, learn more. So it does tell you where to get information. OK, so that's quite important because that will kind of give you an idea, is this a reliable source or not? At least it's a good base to work from. I see this one went quite a conversation. Good grief. OK, so yeah, remember, guys, it is like, as Richard said, you're having a conversation. So every time you ask and it'll come back with the answer, it uses the entire conversation in your answers. So yeah, so this one is very, very long. Wow. OK, so here's another one sent by Copilot. So also education, school and South African schools. And then it came back to you with foundation, intermediate. So that's very cool. FET phase, nice. The stream module, and you'll see now this is linked, which means if I click on it, it'll take me to the resource. And it's also given all the resources as well. So yeah, very interesting. So hopefully that tool, guys, of refining your, it's definitely a skill that you need to work with or learn, because the more you do this, the better you'll become at it and you'll understand how to get the right information. So yeah, it looks really, really good. And I see the posts are very long, Richard, like extremely long. It shows that the students are actually using the tool, refining, and I think that's pretty awesome as well. So yeah, here we go. Back to you, Richard.
Thank you, David. So that you can see what is the importance of prompt engineering and how useful it can be as a skill. And I think it's one of those skills that's only going to grow over time, the impact that it can have. So, please go.
Richard, before you continue, I see yes? Prof. Mpagele has got a hand up.
Prof, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Good day. Sorry, I thought I might not make it to this wonderful workshop, but I did. I just want to clarify something for our students, and I see their most fear is to be flagged in terms of like turn it in to say they have plagiarized. And I just want to indicate to them, firstly, turn it in, it doesn't flag any plagiarism. What it does, it shows similarity index to say your work is similar to the work of others around the world. But what it needs is for you not to overuse the sources. So the similarity, if you read the report, maybe one day we need to have a session where we take you through how to understand the report. The report will show you percentages per source. Once you have over 5% per source, that is unacceptable. It means when you just take work from one source, you are encouraged to use various sources. So number two, there's one student who kept on asking on the chat to say I must refer to his or her question about how AI paraphrasing can be used to avoid plagiarism. And I try to explain what plagiarism is, what paraphrasing is, so that you understand the distinction between the two. So you can only plagiarize if you take someone's information and use it as yours. For example, even when you go to AI generative tool, after it generates the work for you, you just paste it there as if it is your work. So the good thing is you are taught how to use different AI tools here. So it means after maybe getting some generated work from AI or Copilot, it's advisable to go to the literature review AI tools like SciSpace, like Cite, and then you check which sources could have generated this work. And then you cite those sources. And another mistake that most of our students are doing, when you think you cite, you take the work generated from AI, and then at the end of the sentences, you just put those sources. It's very wrong, because it shows us as lecturers that you didn't even bother to read the source. You didn't engage the source. You just put it at the end of the sentence. So stop avoiding that. That is not acknowledging the source. You just put in the source at the end of the sentence. Thank you. I hope you are now clarified regarding plagiarism. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yes, so plagiarism is a big topic. That's a workshop on its own. I think we can definitely delve into that in the future as well. But yes, in terms of prompt engineering, please go keep on exploring, trying different roles, different levels, viewpoints, so you can really build up the skills in prompt engineering. So we basically came to the end of this journey through the course. Please go and do the course one step at a time. Do the activities to really build up the skills that you've heard about. Because if we reflect on what we've learned today is, what is the generative AI? Where did it come from? How to use it responsibly, and then also developing skills in writing effective AI prompts. And then, when you go into the future, really go out, go explore it, find information regarding it. It's such a fast moving industry currently. And luckily, we are at the forefront of it. So we can actually build up the skills now before it really becomes a requirement in the future. Now, you will notice on the course, there's also a post-course assessment. So as we mentioned, please do the pre-assessment first. Once you work through the material, then you do the post-course assessment, so you can get some insights on how all the knowledge that you've gained through working through the material. And then finally, there's also a final assessment quiz. This will really just make sure that you understand all the topics. You can actually attempt this more than once. So just use this final assessment to really make sure that you have grasped everything that was within the course. Then I'll post in the chat, please complete the evaluation. There's one on the course as well as you reach the end. So this, I'm going to paste the link now. Because this is a pilot, very new course that was released, was only finished, within the last 2 weeks. Next year, we're going to build on top of this, expand on the topics, delve deeper into certain areas. So the evaluation of this course will really help us to see what areas perhaps we can go into deeper, where you perhaps need some more understanding. So So we can improve on this as we go into the future. So please complete the evaluation. So yes, so thank you all for we reached our 4-hour mark for today. It was quite a long session. I think in the future we'll actually break this down into shorter sessions, focusing on specific areas. But please go out, go explore these tools. Don't be scared of them. Take what you've learned in this course, use it responsibly. Stay abreast of it. It's a very interesting field. It's making headways in all industries. And in the future, it's going to impact all of us. So we collectively need to know these tools and then also make sure that the way it's implemented in the future, it can actually benefit all of us. So with that, I'm just quickly going to hand over to Lindiwe. She works with ADOVH just for the closure of the program. Thanks, Lindiwe.
Thank you, Richard. Good day, everyone. As we come to the end of the AI Masterclass, it's my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest appreciations to each and every one of you who took their time to attend this masterclass. Your active participation, passion, and interest have been a driving force behind the success of this masterclass. Your engagement, especially as we explore topics such as generative AI and its use in education, responsible consideration in AI use for academic purposes, and prompt engineering has been valuable. Without your dedication, this journey would not have been as enriching. We began with generative AI, deep into how it works and its application in education. The creative exercise of creating a song with Sono AI and engaging with a platform like Lwazi, the Unisa chatbot, Google Gemini, and Microsoft Copilot showed us the actual power of these technologies. Your interest fueled exciting interaction on the chat and interesting questions that made the session truly dynamic. In our second topic, responsible consideration in use for academic purposes, we tackled the critical aspect of AI bias, limitations, and responsible usage. Through activities like evaluating AI generation data, we deepened our understanding on how to navigate the challenges of AI in education. We learned not how to use AI tools, but how to use them responsibly, cross-checking results, identifying bias, and ensuring we remain ethical in our practices. Finally, we explored the prompt engineering, from understanding how to develop effective prompts to learning the based prompt and context, and even refining responses through voice input and audio playbacks. I would like to say thank you to our dedicated facilitators who led us through this learning journey with expertise, patience, and passion. Your ability to simplify complex content while encouraging deep thinking and has been truly commendable. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the entire team working behind the scene in answering all questions on the chat timelessly without fail. We deeply appreciate your contribution in making everything run smoothly. And to our amazing sign language interpreter, thank you for the hard work you do in including our student with disability. Thank you once again for being part of this journey. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, everyone. So all the best of your exams ahead. Hopefully you learn something that can help you learn, different concepts and how to approach it. And hopefully next year we will see you again in the next workshop so we can really delve deeper into this topic to really build up your skill set. So thanks everybody for joining, and thanks for all the wonderful feedback you're posting. We will see you again. And remember, the recording is available on YouTube at ADOVH. I'll post the link again, so you will be able to find it in the chat. So until we see you again, go well. Bye.